You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I found a hidden baby camera in my wall, but it was pointing outward. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was the draft. Not a breeze, exactly. Not enough to move the curtains or make the candle on the windowsill gutter. Just a thin, steady thread of cold air touching the back of my left ankle while I stood in my socks in the living room, holding a mug of coffee I had already reheated twice. The radiator was hissing. The kitchen extractor fan was off. The balcony door was latched. Outside, a delivery truck idled on green lanes with that low diesel grumble that made the window panes tremble in their frames. So honestly, the draft should have been nothing. Old flats breathe. That is what my landlord had told me the first week I moved in, smiling like he had invented the phrase. Old flats breathe, pipes complain, floorboards settle, neighbors have shoes, London has foxes. And if you start chasing every noise in a converted Victorian terrace, you will lose your mind before the rent takes the rest of it. I told myself that. I actually said it out loud. Old flats breathe. Then the wall clicked. I'm Mara Ellis, 31, female, originally from Portland, Maine. Though I had been living in North London long enough to say bin instead of trash, and still feel like I was doing an impression. I worked remotely as a compliance editor for a medical device company, which sounds more important than it felt. Most days I sat at my second-hand desk, turning other people's alarming technical language into something regulators would not hate, while wearing sweatpants and pretending I was not listening to every footstep in the hallway. That last part mattered more than I liked to admit. I had lived alone before. I told people I liked it. I did like the ordinary parts, eating cereal for dinner, leaving books in stupid places, watching documentaries about shipwrecks with captions on. But I had never quite shaken the habit of checking the lock twice, sometimes 3 times. I had a private talent for imagining the worst possible explanation for small things, then being embarrassed by my own imagination. The click came again, not from the radiator, not from the window, from the wall behind my bookcase. I stood very still, coffee cooling in my hand, and listened. There was the radiator ticking softly as heat traveled through metal, a siren several streets away, rising and bending, then smearing itself into traffic. Upstairs, Mrs. Kaxmerk's washing machine thumped into its spin cycle, that familiar off-balance rhythm like someone jogging in place. Then nothing. I set the mug down on the floor because my hand had started to shake, and I did not want to watch coffee spill over my fingers. The living room smelled faintly of dust, warmed by the radiator old paint and the lemon cleaner I had used on the sill that morning, because I was pretending cleaning counted as exercise. The bookcase was one of those flat pack things that looked fine as long as you never moved it. It held paperbacks, 2 baskets of cables, a ceramic dog my mother had mailed me as a joke, and a leaning stack of folders marked with labels I had written during a period of optimism. lease, NHS, things to fix. That last folder felt like an accusation. I crouched and put my palm against the wall between the bookcase and the skirting board. The paint was cold, slightly gritty. I felt the draft again, brushing over my knuckles now, slipping out from somewhere low and narrow. Great, I said. Mice. Perfect. The thought should have comforted me. Mice were normal, annoying, but normal. The flat above a bakery 3 doors down had them. Everyone in the WhatsApp group had an opinion about peppermint oil. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam whitened the dust bunnies under the lowest shelf and caught on a thin crack in the plaster just above the skirting board. The crack had not been there when I moved in, or maybe it had, and I had not spent enough time on the floor staring at my walls like a detective in a bad drama. I leaned closer. There was a little circle in the plaster. Not a hole. Not exactly. More like a painted over dot, the size of a shirt button, set inside a faint square outline where the texture of the wall changed. I blinked, shifted the light, and the dot vanished into flat white paint. Shifted again, and there it was. A patched spot. The click came a third time, right under my ear. I jerked back so fast my shoulder hit the bookcase. A paperback slid off the top shelf and landed spine first against my wrist. Jesus, my phone buzzed in my other hand, and that nearly finished me. The screen lit with a message from Lena. Lena, downstairs. Buzz me before I freeze to death, I laughed once. Not because anything was funny, but because my body needed to dump the pressure somewhere. Lena Shaw, 32, female, British, was my closest friend in London, and the kind of person who treated inconvenience as a personal insult. She worked as a housing solicitor in Finsbury Park, dressed like she could win an argument with a vending machine, and had known me for 4 years, which meant she had earned the right to say, "Mara, you're catastrophizing," in a voice that made me want to throw something soft at her. I buzzed her in. While she climbed the stairs, I shoved the fallen book back into place and stood in the middle of the living room with my arms folded, trying to decide whether to mention the wall immediately or behave like someone normal for at least 90 seconds. The building's front door banged shut below. Pipes knocked. Footsteps came up the stairwell, quick and irritated. Then my flat door rattled under Lena's knuckles. "Open up," she called. I come bearing bread and emotional stability. Undid the deadbolt, the latch, and the little chain I had installed myself after reading the reviews too closely. Lena pushed in wearing a dark wool coat, damp hair tucked under a scarf, and a tote bag from a legal aid fundraiser. She smelled like rain and cold pavement, and the sesame loaf she immediately held out to me. "You look haunted," she said. "I found a draft. Terrifying. Call the Home Office." "No, listen." She stepped out of her boots by the door and glanced at the 3 locks. Not judging. Not exactly. Just noticing. Lena noticed everything. It was why she was good at her job and unbearable during escape rooms. "What did the draft do?" she asked. It clicked. She paused with one sock half off. The draft clicked. The wall clicked. "Oh, well, that's completely different. That's probably just the flat telling you to get out." "Funny. I'm hilarious. Put the kettle on." I did, partly partly because I wanted tea, and partly because moving into the kitchen gave me a reason not to keep staring at the bookcase. The kitchen was barely a kitchen, more a strip of cabinets and a gas hob tucked beside a window that looked onto the alley. At that time of year, late November, London got dark before I finished work, and the alley below the window held the kind of bluish damp that made everything look refrigerated. The kettle started its low rumble. Lena came to the doorway and looked back at the living room. "All right," she said, softer. "Show me." That was why I loved her. She could tease, but she did not dismiss me when it counted. I showed her the patch by the skirting board. She crouched with the practical focus of someone inspecting a contract clause. I handed her my phone for the flashlight. "Could be old wiring," she said. "I thought mice. Could be mice. Could be pipes. Could be the plaster expanding." It clicked 3 times. Walls do click. Do they? In old buildings, yes. Old flats breathe. She glanced up at me. "Did Simon say that?" Simon Vale, 46, male, British, was my landlord. A man with a soft belly, very clean trainers, and the professional cheerfulness of someone who owned property other people had to sleep in. He had bought the converted house 12 years earlier, according to the lease, and lived in Enfield with a wife he mentioned whenever he wanted to seem harmless. His usual response to repairs was to send a text containing the words, "Let's monitor it," and then disappear until rent day. "He did," I said. Lena made a face. "Of course he did." The kettle clicked off behind me. That sound should have blended with the others, but it made both of us look up. Lena exhaled through her nose. "Okay, I admit the atmosphere is doing a lot. Thank you. I'm not saying you're right. I'm saying your flat has horrible vibes." We made tea. We tore chunks off the sesame loaf and ate them standing at the counter because neither of us wanted to admit we were avoiding the living room. Outside, tires hissed on wet road. Somewhere in the building, a child cried once, sharply, then stopped. The radiator pipes knocked again, 3 slow taps traveling through the wall. Tap, tap, tap. Lena lifted her mug. There, pipes, different wall. "Mara, I know." She looked at me over the rim of her mug, and I knew she was deciding how gently to say the thing. "You've been sleeping?" she asked. I shrugged. "That's not an answer. I sleep." "How much?" "Enough to know when walls shouldn't make noises." "Mara." The way she said my name made my face heat. I turned toward the window and pretended to study the alley. Wet brick, a green wheelie bin with its lid half open, the dim square of someone's bathroom window across the gap. "I'm not having a spiral," I said. "I didn't say you were. You were going to. I was going to ask whether work has been awful, because you've been doing that thing where you answer messages 3 days later with punctuation that suggests you're being held hostage. That's my normal punctuation. It's not." I did not answer. The truth was that work had been awful, but not in any dramatic way. Just endless corrections, endless urgency from people who used phrases like "quick turnaround," as if time could be bullied, and the flat had felt smaller lately. Maybe because the days were shorter. Maybe because I had not been back to Maine in almost 2 years. Maybe because my mother had started saying things like, "You know, you don't have to prove anything by staying there." And I did not know how to tell her that coming home would feel like losing a bet I had made with myself when I was 24. Lena set her mug down. Look, we can message Simon. He'll say monitor it. Then we'll say there's a draft and possible vermin. Those words make landlords slightly more responsive. Possible vermin, I repeated. Legal magic. I smiled despite myself. Then a shadow crossed the alley window. Fast. Not a person standing there. Not someone looking in. Just a movement at the edge of the glass, dark against the dim brick, followed by the hollow scrape of plastic. Both of us turned. The green wheelie bin lid rocked once, then settled. Lena let out a breath. Fox. Probably. Definitely fox. Foxes don't usually open bins like burglars. Yes, they do. North London foxes are basically organized crime. I laughed again, but this time it did not clear anything. The alley was narrow, hardly wider than a delivery van. My kitchen window was on the first floor, too high for someone to casually peer into unless they stood on the bins or the low brick wall near the drain pipe. I had looked out there hundreds of times while washing mugs, watching rain collect in greasy puddles. I had never liked the alley, but I had never thought of it as connected to me. It was outside. The flat was inside. That line suddenly felt thinner. Lena followed my gaze. Do your curtains close properly? In the living room, yes. Kitchen has blinds. Use them. I do. You do when you remember. I remember. She gave me a look. I hated that she knew me well enough to be right. Back in the living room, we moved the bookcase. Or tried to. It complained immediately. The cheap boards flexing in a way that suggested the whole thing might fold like wet cardboard if we offended it. Lift from the bottom, Lena said. I am. You're lifting from fear. I don't know what that means. It means use your legs. We shifted it 6 inches from the wall. Dust came with it, along with a dead spider, a receipt from boots dated 14 months earlier, and a hair tie I had blamed on the laundry machine. The patch was clearer now. A square about 4 inches across, painted the same white as the wall, but smoother, newer. The small circle sat near the center. Lena touched it with one fingernail. Click, we both froze. This time there was no pretending it came from the pipes. The sound was tiny but mechanical. A neat little tick from behind the plaster, like the press of a cheap button. Lena pulled her hand back slowly. Okay, she said. That was all, just okay. But I heard the change in her voice. The solicitor had arrived. The friend stayed beside me, but the part of Lena that collected facts, arranged them, and looked for liability had stepped forward. She shone the flashlight across the patch. Have you ever noticed this before? No. Did Simon mention work being done on this wall? No. Any old outlet here? Not that I know of. She leaned closer, not touching it again. It might be a capped junction box. That clicks. No. Great. I said might. The room seemed to tilt itself toward that wall. Everything else became background. The tea cooling on the kitchen counter, the city beyond the windows, the radiator's damp, metallic breath. I could hear my own breathing now, too loud in my ears, and I hated that because I knew Lena could probably hear it as well. I took the phone from her and zoomed in with the camera, using the screen to inspect the patch without putting my face near it. The little circular point caught the light differently from the surrounding paint. Not shiny, not glass, just not plaster. Could be a screw head, Lena said, though she did not sound convinced. Painted over, People paint over anything. She was right. In that flat alone, someone had painted over a hinge, 2 dead flies, and the edge of an old phone socket in the hall. I snapped a photo. The phone adjusted focus, blurred, sharpened. For 1 second on the screen, the tiny circle looked black, a pinhole. Then the image corrected itself, and it was only a dot again. My thumb hovered over the picture. I wanted to zoom in. I did not want to zoom in. Those 2 wants pressed against each other until my chest felt tight. Lena noticed. "Hey," she said, "I'm fine." "No, you're not, but that's okay. We don't have to solve it tonight." That should have relieved me. It did not. "What if it's electrical?" I asked. "Then we don't poke it with a knife like idiots." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I was thinking about a screwdriver." "That is not better." The flat made another sound then, and for once it came from somewhere normal. My laptop on the desk, chiming with a calendar notification. The noise was bright, cheerful, completely obscene. 7:00 p.m. video call with Mom. I looked at it and felt a ridiculous sting behind my eyes. Lena saw the notification too. "Do you want privacy?" "No." "You sure?" "Yes." I closed the laptop without opening the call. The chime cut off mid-note. Lena did not comment. She had a talent for kindness when she decided to use it. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Simon. For a moment, I just stared at his name. Simon Vale, "Hi Mara. Just checking whether the bathroom fan is still rattling or if it's settled." The bathroom fan had stopped rattling 3 weeks ago after I hit the casing with the heel of my hand. I had forgotten I had even complained. Lena leaned over my shoulder. "Convenient. It's probably nothing. Text him back about the wall." I typed, deleted, typed again. "Me, hi Simon. Fan seems okay now. Different issue though. I've found a draft and what looks like an old patched area in the living room wall behind the bookcase. It's making a clicking sound when touched. Do you know if there's wiring or an old box there?" I showed Lena before sending. She nodded. "Good. Neutral. Documented." I sent it. 3 dots appeared almost immediately. That was unusual. Simon did not usually respond fast unless money was involved. "Simon Vale, can you send a photo?" I sent the close-up. We watched the screen like it might make a sound. The 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. "Simon Vale, don't touch it for now. I can pop by tomorrow afternoon and take a look." Lena's eyebrows lifted. "Pop by," she said. "He's being responsive. He's being weirdly responsive. Maybe he's grown as a person. He owns rental property in London. Let's not get carried away." Another message arrived. "Simon Vale, actually, is there any chance you can cover it with tape until then? Just in case of draft loose plaster. Best not to disturb." I read it twice. The room felt suddenly smaller, not because anything had moved, but because some invisible arrangement had changed. Simon had not said wiring. He had not said old box. He had said cover it. Lena took the phone from my hand, read it, and went very still. "Do not put tape over it yet," she said. "Why?" "I don't know. I just don't like that he asked." I looked at the wall. The tiny dot sat there in the patch, dull and patient. "It's probably loose plaster," I said, but the words landed badly. Lena handed my phone back. "We have 2 options. We leave it alone, lock up, and I stay over. Or we call someone who actually knows buildings and ask them what the hell this is before Simon gets here. Like who? My cousin Tom does low voltage installations. Cameras, alarms, door entry systems. He's in Tottenham tonight, I think. The word cameras made the room sharpen around me. Not because I believed it, not yet, but because once a word enters a room, you cannot pretend you did not hear it. Lena saw my face and softened her voice. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying he'll know what things look like. Outside, the delivery truck finally pulled away from the curb, its engine growl fading down green lanes. In the new quiet, something tapped against the kitchen window. Once, a light, dry tick. A twig, maybe. A loose, blind cord. A fox shifting on the bins. We both looked toward the kitchen. Neither of us moved. Then my phone buzzed again. Simon Vale, seriously, please don't mess with it tonight. These old walls can be delicate. Lena whispered, Mara. I stared at the message, then at the patched square behind the bookcase, then toward the dark kitchen window where the blinds were still half open because I had lied about remembering. For the first time all evening, the choice in front of me felt simple and impossible at the same time. Leave it covered until morning, like Simon wanted, or find out what was behind the wall before anyone else had a chance to explain it away. I made the first stupid decision of the night because I did not want Lena to see how frightened I was. That is the cleanest way to say it. She was still standing in my living room with her coat on, holding my phone in one hand and watching the wall like it might blink. Simon's last text sat on the screen between us. Seriously, please don't mess with it tonight. These old walls can be delicate. Old flats breathe. Old walls are delicate. There were phrases people used when they wanted you to treat neglect like weather. I took my phone back and typed, okay, I'll leave it, thanks. Lena grabbed my wrist before I could hit send. No. It buys us time, I said. No, it tells him we're complying. We are not in a spy film, Mara. I don't want him coming over tonight because he thinks we're prying open his wall. Her hand loosened, but she did not let go. That's exactly why we shouldn't tell him anything else. The living room had gone too warm from the radiator, but the draft near the skirting board kept touching my ankles in thin little passes, as if the flat had one cold finger. I could hear the traffic outside, the wet rush of tires, and a bus braking somewhere down the road with a long pneumatic sigh. Normal London sounds, human sounds. Still, they did not quite reach the corner behind the bookcase. I deleted the message. Lena nodded once, satisfied, then called her cousin. Tom Reeve, 35, male, British, appeared first as a voice on speakerphone, tired, amused, and chewing something. Lena introduced him as her cousin, a self-employed low-voltage installer who did CCTV, access panels, alarms, and all the boring wires that make buildings pretend to be modern. He lived in Tottenham, and according to Lena, had once fixed a faulty intercom in her office by insulting it for 20 minutes. Say that again, Tom said through the phone. Lena held the phone close to the wall. There's a patched square behind a bookcase. It clicks when touched. Landlord told her not to disturb it and to tape over it. Tom stopped chewing. That small silence carried more weight than anything he could have said. Don't tape it, he said. Lena looked at me, eyebrows raised. I hugged my elbows. Why not? Because if it's a sensor or a lens, you don't want to smear adhesive over it before you know what it is. And if it's live wiring, tape isn't a plan. Send me the photo. Lena sent it. We waited. A motorbike passed outside, too fast, its engine ripping through the wet street. From upstairs came another heavy spin cycle thump, then Mrs. Kaczmark's muffled voice scolding either the machine or someone on the phone. Tom came back on the line. Hard to tell. Could be nothing. Could be a painted over screw cap. Could be an old peephole lens. Weird place for it, though. Peephole, I said. Not like a door viewer. Some small cameras have a pinhole lens that size. Baby monitors, cheap nanny cams, hidden cameras. But listen, I'm not diagnosing a wall from a blurry picture. It's not blurry, I said too quickly. It's a bit blurry. It focused fine. Lena gave me a look that said this was not the point. Tom cleared his throat. Question, what's on the other side of that wall? My bedroom, I said. Then I pictured the layout and shook my head, although he could not see it. No, wait. The wall backs onto the service void, I think. There's a boxed-in section in the bedroom. Pipes, maybe. The bathroom is beyond that. Any access panel. In the bedroom wardrobe. A little painted door. Simon told me not to open it because it's for plumbers. Tom made another sound, not quite a laugh. Lena said, Tom, what? Don't do the noise. I'm not doing a noise. You're doing the man noise when something is bad, but you don't want to say it. All right. I don't love it. The words dropped into the room. I glanced toward my bedroom door, half open at the end of the short hall. The darkness beyond it looked ordinary, cluttered with the laundry basket and the edge of my unmade bed. But suddenly, the flat's shape rearranged itself in my head. Living room wall, void, bedroom wardrobe, alley facing kitchen, windows, sight lines, gaps. My private fear had always been someone getting in. It had never occurred to me that someone might already have made the inside of my flat useful to them. Tom said, Can you get me a better look without breaking anything? Just clear around it. Don't pry, don't drill, don't stick metal in it. We already moved the bookcase, Lena said. Good. Is there power nearby? Outlet on the same wall, I said, about 2 feet away. Anything plugged in? Lamp, router. Unplug the lamp. Leave the router for now. I looked at the outlet. The lamp cord ran behind the desk in a lazy loop, dusty and ordinary. Why? Because I'm asking nicely instead of saying because electricity hurts. I unplugged the lamp. The living room lost its warm pool of yellow light and flattened into overhead brightness from the ceiling fixture. It made the plaster look worse. Every bump and filled crack showed. My flat looked suddenly cheap in a way I found humiliating, as if the room itself had been caught lying. Okay, I said. Tom continued. Now check your Wi-Fi network list. My what? On your phone. Available networks. Tell me if there's anything with a weird name you don't recognize. Cameras and cheap monitors sometimes broadcast during setup, or if they've lost connection. Not always, probably not, but check. I opened the settings. My own network appeared at the top, MARA 5G, because I had named it in a rush when the broadband installer asked, and then immediately regretted it. Beneath it were the usual neighbors. VM9 84223, flat to sky, BT hub P7Q6, KACZ America, and one I had noticed before because it was childish. Tell my wife I love her. Then, near the bottom, flickering in and out, was one called IPC034F setup. I stared at it until the letters seemed to detach from the screen. Lena, I said. She stepped close. What? I showed her. Tom heard the change in our breathing. What did you find? Lena read it out. Could be a printer, Tom said. Could be an IP camera. Could be someone else's device in the building. Would it show up from the street? I asked. If it's close. If it's broadcasting. Close how? Close enough. The device name vanished from the list, then appeared again. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, sharp and hot. I wanted to be the kind of person who became calm in practical emergencies. I wanted to ask clear questions and make sensible notes. Instead, I was staring at my own Wi-Fi menu with the sick certainty that something I had taken for background noise had been standing in the room with me for weeks, maybe months. Lena took the phone from my hand and snapped screenshots. Good, Tom said when she told him. Document everything. And Mara, yes, do not connect to that network. I wasn't going to, you'd be surprised. Another buzz came from my phone. Simon again. Simon Vale, sorry. Meant to ask, are you alone tonight? If easier, I can come now rather than tomorrow. Lena read it aloud, and neither of us spoke for a second. Outside the kitchen window, the blind cord tapped the frame with a small plastic tick. Once, twice. The flat suddenly felt full of little signals. Tom said, he asked if you're alone. Yes, Lena said, don't answer. I wasn't planning to. Is your door locked? I looked at the hallway. Yes, check it. I checked it. Check it again. There it was. The thing I hated most. My own fear given permission. I walked to the door and touched each lock in order. Deadbolt, latch, chain. The brass was cold against my fingertips. Through the door, I could hear the stairwell's hollow quiet, a distant drip, someone on the ground floor shutting a cupboard hard enough to make the banister tremble. Locked. I turned back. Lena had moved to the living room window and pulled the curtains closed properly, overlap and all. She did it with clipped, angry motions. Tom said, where's your fuse box? Hall cupboard, I said. Don't turn anything off yet, but know where it is. If that's an active device, cutting power might stop it, or it might switch to battery, or it might do nothing. I can come by, but I'm 25 minutes away if traffic's okay. Come, Lena said immediately. I looked at her. Wait. She covered the phone mic with her thumb. What? We can't just have him come. Simon might come too. Then we definitely have Tom come. What if Simon sees him? Mara, I'm less worried about your landlord feeling awkward than I am about a possible camera in your wall. The words possible camera made my stomach clench. I hated them. I hated how quickly they had become the phrase around which everything else moved. Tom's voice came thinly from under Lena's thumb. Hello, am I being voted on? Lena uncovered the mic. Come, on my way. Don't touch the wall. Don't answer the landlord. Keep your phone charged. If anyone tries to get in, call police. Not me, police. The call ended. For a moment, the flat settled into a nervous quiet. Then I said, we should look at the access panel. Lena turned. Absolutely not. Tom said, don't touch the wall. He didn't say don't look in the wardrobe. Mara, it's on the other side. If there's an access panel, We might be able to see whether it's wires or pipes without breaking anything. You heard him. Don't touch things. Looking isn't touching. That is something children say before they touch things. I moved down the hall before she could block me. That was the second stupid decision, and this one I made because I could feel myself shrinking. Into the frightened tenant, the anxious woman, the person who waited for someone else, usually a man with tools or keys, to explain her own home to her. I could not stand it. My bedroom smelled faintly of laundry detergent, dust, and the lavender pillow spray my mother had sent because she believed all problems could be approached through softer bedding. The bedside lamp was on, making a small circle of light over the book I had not finished. My wardrobe stood against the shared wall, white painted doors slightly misaligned, one handle loose. Lena followed me, muttering, "This is a terrible idea," which was her way of saying she was not going to let me do it alone. I opened the wardrobe, coats, dresses, a collapsed tote bag, shoes I never wore because London pavement punished optimism. At the back, behind a hanging black coat, was the little rectangular access panel. I had seen it on move-in day and obeyed Simon's instruction never to open it because I was new, tired, and trying not to seem difficult. It was painted shut around the edges. Lena stood behind me. That is not an invitation. It has a pull ring. It has landlord trap written all over it. It's my flat. You rent. I live here. That stopped her for half a second. Then, softer, she said, "I know." I touched the metal pull ring. It shifted with a small, tacky crack of old paint. We both flinched. Nothing else happened. I pulled gently. The panel did not open. Paint held it in place along the bottom and one side. "Okay," Lena said, "that's enough." But the metal ring had moved. Behind the panel, something smelled different. Not mold, not damp, warm dust, plastic. The faint electrical smell you get from old chargers left too long in the wall. I leaned closer. From inside the void came a sound, not a click, a low, almost inaudible hum. Lena whispered, "Do you hear that?" I nodded. My phone buzzed in her hand. She had kept it after screenshotting the network. Her face changed as she looked at the screen. "What?" I asked. She handed it to me. Simon had sent a photo, not of the wall, not of a repair schedule. A blurry picture of the outside of my building's front door, taken from pavement level in the rain. "Simon Vale, I'm nearby anyway. Shall I just take a quick look?" For a second, my brain refused the order of events. Simon nearby. Simon asking if I was alone. Simon sending a photo of the front door. Simon with keys. The intercom buzzed. Loud. Abrupt. The flat's old speaker in the hallway gave a harsh electrical growl that made both of us jump. It buzzed again, longer this time, vibrating through the wall like an insect trapped in a jar. Lena moved first. She went to the hallway, but stopped short of the handset, as if touching it might let him in by accident. "Don't answer," she whispered. The buzzer stopped. My phone rang. "Simon," I let it ring until it died. The sound seemed to go on forever. Then came his text. "Simon Vale, it's Simon. I saw your light on. I can sort this now if you let me in." Lena mouthed, "No." I typed with stiff fingers. "Me, not a good time. Tomorrow is fine." I sent it. The The 3 dots appeared immediately. Simon Vale, I'm already here. It'll only take 2 minutes. The intercom buzzed again. This time, beneath it, I heard something else. Footsteps in the communal hallway below. Not outside at the front door. Inside the building. Slow. The old stairs creaked once near the first landing. Lena's eyes widened. Did you buzz him in? She whispered. No. Did anyone else? I don't know. The front door downstairs could be opened with a key. Tenants had keys. Simon had keys. Contractors sometimes had keys. The lock stuck in damp weather and people kicked it open. None of those facts were comforting. The footsteps came up another stair. I moved toward my flat door and pressed my eye to the peephole. The fish-eye view showed the landing outside my door, the stained carpet, the opposite wall with its peeling safety notice, the weak bulb overhead. Empty. Another step creaked below. Then another. My body wanted to back away. My shame made me stay. Lena whispered from behind me, "Can you see him?" No. The Wi-Fi list refreshed on my phone, still open in my hand. IPC034F setup disappeared. At the same moment, from inside the bedroom wardrobe, the hum stopped. Not faded, stopped. The absence of it made the flat feel suddenly unplugged from itself. A new text came in from Simon. Simon Vale, please don't make this difficult, Mara. If there's damage to the wall, I need to assess it. Lena took the phone and typed before I could stop her. This is Lena Shaw. I'm with Mara. Please confirm in writing that you are attempting to enter the property without notice after she declined access. She sent it. I stared at her. You used your name. Good. He knows you're here now. Good, she said again, though her voice was tight. There was no reply. Instead, a key touched my lock. A tiny metallic scrape. Then the deadbolt shifted. Not fully. Just pressure against it from the other side. My lungs seemed to forget their job. Lena grabbed my arm and pulled me back from the door. Police, she whispered. I unlocked my phone. My fingers slipped once on the screen. My emergency call button looked too bright, too theatrical, like something from a training video. I hesitated, and I hate myself for that now, but I did. I thought about being wrong. About Simon standing outside with a toolbox, irritated but lawful. About police arriving and deciding this was a tenant dispute, a nervous woman, a misunderstanding. That fear, the old stupid fear of being dismissed, cost us seconds. The key scraped again, but the deadbolt held because I had turned it fully. The latch held, the chain held. The door moved inward less than an inch, caught by the chain with a hard little crack. A man's breath sounded through the gap. Mara, Simon said. His voice was not cheerful now. It was low and controlled, the way people speak when they are trying not to be heard by anyone else. Lena shouted, "Step away from the door. We're calling police." The gap narrowed as the door pulled shut again. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then Simon said, very quietly, "You don't understand what you're interfering with. Not angry. Worse than angry. Tired." The footsteps retreated down the stairs faster than they had come up. I hit 999. Operator answered with professional calm, and I tried to explain in a voice that did not sound like mine. Landlord, attempted entry, possible hidden device. We are inside, door locked. He may have keys. Address. Yes, London. Yes, he has left, I think. No, no weapon seen. Yes, we are safe for the moment. For the moment. Lena stood beside me, one hand pressed over her mouth, listening toward the stairwell. While I was still on the call, my laptop chimed from the living room. Once, then again. A notification sound. I had closed it earlier. The lid was shut. Lena turned toward the room. The operator was asking me to confirm whether anyone was injured. No, I said, but I was watching Lena now. She walked slowly to the desk and lifted the laptop lid. The screen woke to my missed video call notification from my mother. Then another notification slid in from the system. External device connected. Below it, a folder window opened by itself. Not by itself, I told myself. Computers do not do things by themselves. Something had triggered it. A delayed command. A USB issue. A network share. A glitch. Inside the folder were video files. Dozens of them. Each named with dates and times. Each thumbnail black, except one near the top. A pale rectangle, my living room, my bookcase, seen from low inside the wall. The operator's voice came through the phone, distant and sharp. Mara, are you still there? I could not answer, because at the edge of the thumbnail, just beyond the visible strip of my living room, there was something else. A sliver of the kitchen window reflected in the glass of a framed print. And in that reflection, outside in the alley, a person was standing on the bins, holding up a phone. The image was time-stamped 11 minutes ago. Lena looked from the laptop to me, then toward the kitchen. The blinds were still half open. From the alley came the scrape of plastic again. Not a fox this time. A foot shifting on a bin lid. The person outside the kitchen window moved before either of us did. It was not dramatic. No face pressed to the glass. No hand slapping the pane. Just a faint drop of weight on plastic. A bin lid flexing under someone's shoe, followed by the quick scrape of rubber against wet brick. Then the shape vanished downward. Lena snapped the laptop shut so hard the desk jumped. Back from the window, she said. I was still holding the phone to my ear, the emergency operator's voice small and steady against my cheek. Mara, can you move away from the kitchen area? Yes, I said, though I had not moved. Lena grabbed the sleeve of my jumper and pulled me into the hallway, away from the living room and the kitchen beyond it. The flat's layout had always been simple enough to complain about. Front door into a narrow hall, living room on the right facing green lanes, bedroom on the left, bathroom at the far end, kitchen tucked beyond the living room with its window over the rear alley. Now that little layout felt like a diagram of how to be trapped. Front door, Simon had keys. Kitchen window, someone in the alley. Living room wall, the device. Bedroom wardrobe, access panel into the void. No direction felt clean. Operator told us officers were being dispatched. She told us not to confront anyone. Keep the door locked. Stay away from windows. If safe, move to a room with a solid door and wait. Bathroom, Lena mouthed. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, windowless except for a tiny frosted pane that did not open, with a door that swelled in damp weather and stuck in the frame. It was also directly beside the service void, which I suddenly hated more than any window. I whispered, Number bedroom. Bedroom has the wardrobe panel. Bathroom has pipes. That is not a reason. Lena, I can't stand in the room next to that thing. My voice came out too thin. She heard it and stopped arguing. That was our first attempt at solving anything. Retreat, secure ourselves, wait for people whose job it was to handle this. It should have been the sensible choice. It was almost the right one. We moved into the bedroom and shut the door. Shoved my laundry basket under the handle, which was pathetic. But Lena added the wooden chair for my desk, wedging its back under the knob until the door could only rattle half an inch. We killed the bedside lamp and sat on the floor between the bed and the wardrobe, our knees touching, listening through the thin walls. The operator stayed on the line. "Are you both away from the windows?" she asked. "Yes," Lena said for me. "Do you hear anyone inside the property?" I listened. The flat had sounds I knew. Radiator hiss, the settling tick in the pipes, a bus outside lowering itself at the stop with a sigh. From the kitchen, nothing. From the living room, nothing. Then, from inside the wardrobe panel, the hum returned. Not loud, not like machinery, more like a phone charger vibrating against wood, faint and steady. Lena heard it too. Her hand found mine in the dark and squeezed once. The hum rose slightly, then dropped. My phone screen lit my palm. The Wi-Fi list was still open. PC 034F setup had returned, now stronger than before, 2 bars flickering to 3. I showed Lena. She whispered, "Screenshot." I took one. My thumb missed the button twice before I managed it. My hands had started to feel thick and clumsy, as if I were wearing gloves. A new sound came from the hallway outside the bedroom. My laptop chimed again in the living room. The operator asked, "What was that?" "My computer," I whispered. "Can you leave it?" "Yes." I wanted to say no. The files were proof. Proof mattered. Lena had spent half the evening saying document everything. And now, the proof was sitting open on a laptop in the room with the wall. I imagined Simon coming back, somehow getting in, taking it. I imagined the laptop locking or wiping itself, or those files disappearing as strangely as they had appeared. I imagined police arriving and finding nothing but a patched wall and 2 women who had worked themselves into a panic over a Wi-Fi network. That was my flaw, there in its ugliest shape. Even while hiding in my own bedroom, I was still trying to assemble a version of the story that would make strangers believe me. "We need the laptop," I said. Lena turned her head slowly. Even in the dark, I felt the stare. "No, the files are there. We have screenshots of one thumbnail. Mara, what if they vanish? What if the person outside is waiting for you to go near the window?" I had no answer. The operator, hearing enough to understand, said, "Do not retrieve property if it requires moving into an unsafe area." Property. That word made the laptop sound like a handbag left in a cafe. I stayed still for maybe 30 seconds. Then the laptop chimed again, and again. Not notifications now. Connection tones. Device connected. Device disconnected. Connected. Disconnected. Something was happening to it. "I'm getting it," I whispered. Lena's hand clamped around my wrist. "Absolutely not. I'll stay low. That is not a plan. I know where the windows are. Mara, listen to yourself." The bedroom door rattled in its frame. Both of us went silent. It rattled again once, then stopped. The chair under the knob held, my breath jammed in my throat so hard it hurt. Lena raised the phone closer to her mouth. "Someone touched the bedroom door," she whispered to the operator. But the sound came again, and this time it had a rhythm. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch. From low down. Lena lifted her free hand, palm outward, telling me to stay still. Slowly, she reached toward the laundry basket and picked up the heaviest thing in it, one of my ankle boots. The scratching continued. Then something whined. A small, offended, very alive whine. Lena exhaled. "Oh, for God's sake." She moved the chair just enough to open the door crack. A gray and white cat squeezed its head through the gap, followed by one shoulder, then the rest of its damp, skinny body. It darted into the bedroom, tail low, and bolted under my bed. The operator asked what happened. "It's a cat," Lena said, sounding furious with relief. "Neighbor's cat, I think." I sank backward against the wardrobe, almost laughing, almost crying. The cat was Mr. Pickles, though no one called him that with a straight face. He belonged to Mrs. Kaxmerk upstairs and treated the whole building like a country estate. He must have slipped in earlier when Lena arrived, or through the communal hallway when Simon opened the front door, then hidden somewhere until the shouting frightened him. Misdirection. Explainable. Ridiculous. Still, my body did not forgive me for it. My legs trembled with leftover panic, and a headache had started behind my right eye. That was when Lena made the second attempt, get help from inside the building. "Mrs. K," she whispered. "Upstairs. She may have seen Simon. She may have let him in. She won't come down. She doesn't need to. She can look through her door. She can call police too." Lena still had my phone. She found the building WhatsApp group, thumbed through names, and called Mrs. Kaxmerk. Aniela Kaxmerk, 68, female, Polish, lived in the top floor flat, and had the hearing of someone who missed nothing except direct requests to turn down her washing machine. She wore cardigans with large buttons, kept basil on her kitchen windowsill, and once shouted at a delivery driver for leaving my parcel in the rain. She was the closest thing the building had to a neighborhood watch, provided the neighborhood did things on her schedule. The call rang 8 times before she answered. "Mara," Aniela said, suspicious and loud. "Why you call? It is late." "It's Lena. I'm with Mara," Lena whispered. "Please listen. Did you let Simon into the building?" "What? Simon?" "The landlord. Did you buzz him in?" "No. Why? He is there." He tried to enter Mara's flat." There was a pause. In the background, a television murmured in Polish, and the washing machine thumped. Aniela's voice dropped. "He used key. We think so. Please lock your door." "I always lock. What he do? Please don't come down. Just listen from upstairs and call police if you hear anyone." "I hear many things. The man at back also." My skin prickled. "What man?" I said, leaning toward the phone. Aniela heard me and switched to English that sharpened when she was upset. "In alley, with black hood. I shout from kitchen, go away. He run to side gate." "When?" Lena asked. 2 minute, 3. "Side gate," I whispered. There was a side passage beside the building, a narrow strip between our house and the next terrace, blocked from the street by a waist-high metal gate with a latch that never worked properly. It led from green lanes to the rear alley, where the bins sat under my kitchen window. If someone left the alley through that passage, they could be at the front door in seconds. The flat map changed again. Window was not separate from door. Alley was not behind us. Alley connected to the front. Aniela said, I see him climb down. Young maybe, not Simon, skinny. He carries something. What's something? Lena asked. Bag, tool bag maybe. I don't know. He go fast. The call crackled. Then Aniela said, wait, someone at my door. No, Lena said immediately. Don't open it. I don't open. A knock came faintly through the phone speaker. 3 polite taps. Then a voice, distant but clear enough. Aniela, it's Simon. Sorry to bother you. Lena's face changed. Do not answer, she whispered. Stay locked. Police are coming. The call ended, not hung up by us. Cut. Lena stared at the dead screen. Call her back, I said. She did. No answer again. No answer. The operator heard enough to update the call, and for the first time her voice shifted from calm to focused. Officers are en route. Stay inside your flat. Do not enter the communal hallway. But he's upstairs, I said. He's at her door. Do not enter the communal hallway. The instruction was correct. Sensible. Impossible. We sat in the dark bedroom, trapped between the operator's rules and the sound of my building becoming unsafe around us. Above us, something heavy moved. A chair scraping, maybe. Then a thud. Not a body. I told myself that immediately. Not a body. A dropped laundry basket. Aniela's washing machine. A cupboard door. Buildings made sounds. But Lena had gone pale in the phone light. I'm going up, she said. No, she's 68. The operator said stay. I heard her. You just told me not to run for a laptop. That was different. How? Because this is a person. Glared at each other in the dark, with the kind of anger that comes from both people being scared and both people being partly right. Then Tom called. The incoming call flashed over the emergency call, and I nearly dropped the phone. Don't hang up on police, Lena said. I know. She put Tom on speaker through call waiting, while keeping the emergency line active in the background as best she could, a clumsy mess of tapping and panic. Tom's voice came in choppy. I'm outside the side gate. Don't open anything. There's a guy by the front, maybe Simon, and another one just came out the passage. I'm across the road by the off-license. Can you see the upstairs windows? Lena asked. Not from here. Listen, your alley gate is open. Was it open before? I don't know, I said. It's open now. And there's a cable running from the rear wall. What cable? Thin black cable. From somewhere around your kitchen level down behind the drain pipe. Hard to see in the rain. Might be old TV cable. Might not. Don't touch anything inside. My mouth went dry. Can you take photos? Already am. A sharp noise cracked through the building. For half a second, I thought it was a gunshot. My whole body folded inward, arms up, head down, like that would help. Then came a second crack, followed by Mrs. Kaczmarek shouting in Polish from upstairs, furious rather than hurt. Lena let out a shaking breath. What was that? From above came another bang and the unmistakable clatter of wood on stairs. Tom, still on the phone, said, I see him. Simon's coming out. The front door downstairs slammed. We heard it through the floor, and through Tom's phone a split second later, doubled and distorted. Tom said, he's getting into a silver Vauxhall. Wait, no, he's not leaving. He's opening the boot. What is he doing? Lena asked. I can't see. There's a bus in the way. Upstairs, Aniela shouted again. This time I caught my own name. Mara, door. Lena and I looked at each other. The bedroom door was still wedged. Beyond it, the hallway stretched to my flat door. Beyond that, the communal stairs led up to Aniela and down to the street. The bathroom sat at the far end. The living room and kitchen were to the right. The wall device was behind us and ahead of us at the same time, threaded through the flat like a nerve. The operator said officers were close. Close was not here. Another sound came from the living room, not the laptop, the wall. A small mechanical movement. A click, then a faint grinding sound, like plastic gears forced to turn after a long time. I stood before I decided to. Lena grabbed the boot again. What are you doing? The wall. No, it's moving. Mara, the bedroom wardrobe panel popped inward half an inch. Not open, just enough for the old paint seal to split along the edge with a dry crack. A warmer smell entered the room. Dust, plastic, something scorched. The cat under the bed hissed. That decided us. We moved out of the bedroom because the room we had chosen as shelter had become part of the problem. Lena carried the phone and the boot. I carried nothing because my hands would not cooperate. In the hallway, the air felt colder. The front door was still chained and bolted. The living room glowed blue from the laptop screen through the gap in the doorway. We made the third attempt without saying it. Gather the proof and move toward the only exit route we could control. Lena checked the peephole while I crept into the living room, staying below the window line. The curtains were closed, but the gap where they met looked like a cut. I could see the laptop on the desk, open again somehow, screen bright. The folder of videos was still there. I grabbed it. The moment my fingers touched the laptop, the trackpad clicked under my palm, though I had not pressed it. A window opened. A live video feed. For 1 second, I saw the rear alley from above, the green bin, wet bricks, the drain pipe, a black cable trembling in the rain. Then the view switched. The communal stairwell outside my flat door, not from my peephole. Higher, angled downward from the corner near the ceiling. A live camera in the stairwell. Simon stood on the landing below, looking up. Beside him was a younger man in a black hoodie, slim, white, maybe 25. Male, face mostly hidden, a dark tool bag in one hand. The younger man looked directly at the camera. Then the feed went black. Lena shouted from the hall, "Mara." I shoved the laptop under my arm and ran back, banging my hip into the bookcase hard enough to send pain down my leg. At the same moment, every light in the flat went out. The radiator stopped hissing. The router's little green dots vanished. The whole building dropped into darkness, except for my phone screen and the weak amber streetlight leaking around the edges of the living room curtains. Power cut, not just my flat. The stairwell bulb outside the peephole had gone dark too. From upstairs, Aniela screamed once. Then something metal struck my front door. Hard, the chain jumped. The wood around the latch splintered with a dry, fibrous crack. Lena stepped backward, almost tripping over my shoes. The operator's voice came through the phone, breaking up now. "Mara, Lena, are you able to move to?" The call dropped. No signal. The screen showed one bar, then none. Tom's call was gone too. From the other side of the door, Simon said, breathless and close, "Open it before he does." The younger man's voice answered him from lower down the stairs. Too late. Something struck the door again. The chain screws tore halfway out of the frame. There was no more waiting for police. No pretending the door would hold. No safe room, no landlord explanation, no morning inspection. Behind us, in the bedroom, the wardrobe panel creaked open another inch by itself, pushed from the service void. Ahead of us, the front door cracked under a third blow. And the only place left to go was through the flat, toward the kitchen, the alley window, and whatever waited below it. The third blow bent the chain plate away from the frame. Not all the way, not enough. Enough to show us what would happen next. The door snapped inward 2 inches, then slammed back against the chain with a sound like bone splitting. A strip of painted wood jumped off the jamb and skittered across the hall floor. Lena grabbed my arm and dragged me backward. "Kitchen," she said. I could barely see her. The flat had gone black except for the rectangle of my phone in her hand and the gray spill of streetlight around the curtains. The air had changed too. Without the radiator, the cold moved quickly, sliding along the floor, coming from the wall, from the broken door frame, from the service void that was now open behind us in the bedroom. The younger man hit the door again. The chain screamed. Simon's voice came through the gap. "Stop, stop, you'll bring the whole bloody frame down." The younger man said, "That's the idea." Lena pulled me into the living room. My hip burned where I'd struck the bookcase. The laptop was clamped under my arm, digging into my ribs. I don't know why I held on to it. Proof, yes, but also weight. Something solid. Something I could point to later if there was a later. Behind us, the bedroom wardrobe panel creaked wider. Not by itself. I understood that now. Someone had access to the void. Someone inside the building's bones. The living room smelled of plaster dust and hot plastic. The bookcase leaned at an angle from where we dragged it, its lower shelf sagging. The patched square in the wall was no longer smooth. A hairline crack ran through it, dark and jagged, and the small circular dot at its center had fallen inward. A hole. A real one. From it came a tiny red glint, then darkness. Lena saw it too. "Don't look at it," she snapped, as if eye contact could hurt us. We moved low, past the desk, past the cold mug of tea, past the folder labeled things to fix lying open where it had fallen. The irony was so stupid, I almost laughed. Another strike hit the front door. This time, the chain pulled one screw completely free. The hall filled with a hard metallic rattle. Lena shoved me ahead of her into the kitchen. It was narrower than I remembered. Cabinets on one side. Sink under the window. Hob opposite. A tiny square of floor between us and the blind-covered glass. Outside, the rear alley waited below, wet brick and bins, and the drain pipe with the black cable Tom had seen. The blinds were half open. My fault. Lena reached for the cord. "No," I whispered. She froze. A shadow moved below the window, not on the bins now, on the wall beyond them. Someone had shifted under the sill, staying close to the brick. I could hear breathing through the tiny gap at the bottom of the sash. Not loud, just a damp human effort. We were trapped between two men and a window. The phone in Lena's hand showed no signal. She raised it higher toward the ceiling. Nothing. Bathroom, she mouthed. I shook my head. The bathroom was a dead end, frosted glass. No exit, no signal, no tools except a toilet brush and shampoo. The front door was failing. The bedroom was open to the service void. The kitchen had a window and a person under it. The kitchen also had knives. That thought arrived calmly, which scared me more than panic. I opened the drawer by the sink as quietly as I could. Cutlery shifted with a bright little clink. Too bright, both of us flinched. From outside, the breathing stopped. Lena grabbed the rolling pin from the crock beside the hob instead. Heavy beechwood, bought during my sourdough phase, used twice. She looked ridiculous holding it like a weapon. She also looked ready to use it. I took the longest kitchen knife. My hand shook so badly the blade trembled. "Mara," Lena whispered. "I know." I did not know. The front door gave way with a thick crack, not open, not fully, but the chain was gone. The latch had torn half out. We heard the door hit the shoe rack, then a scuffle in the hallway. Simon shouted, "Wait." The younger man was inside my flat. Everything narrowed. Hallway, living room, kitchen. His steps were fast. He knew the layout. That was worse than anything. Lena pushed me behind the narrow return wall between the kitchen and living room. She stood beside me, rolling pin raised. The laptop slipped under my arm. I caught it against my chest. Its lid had opened an inch, and the screen glowed through the crack like a trapped blue eye. The younger man entered the living room first. I saw him in pieces through the kitchen doorway. Black hoodie, wet jeans, trainers leaving prints on my floor, tool bag in his left hand, something small and dark in his right. Not a gun, a screwdriver, long, flat-headed, ugly enough. He went straight to the wall, straight to the patched square. "Where's the laptop?" he said. His voice was younger than I expected. Not calm, not professional, breathless and thin. Simon appeared behind him in the living room entrance, one hand on the torn doorframe, face gray in the low light. His clean trainers were soaked. His hair stuck to his forehead. He looked less like a villain than a man whose lie had grown teeth. "Ben," he said. "Leave it, Ben." The younger man had a name. Ben crouched at the wall and shoved the screwdriver into the crack. Plaster flaked onto the floor. "Where's the laptop?" Ben said again, louder. Lena looked at me. The laptop was against my chest. The blue glow leaked brighter. Ben's head snapped toward the kitchen. No time. Lena stepped out first and swung the rolling pin at his wrist. It connected with a sound I felt in my teeth. Ben shouted and dropped the screwdriver. It clattered under the desk. He lunged toward her, not with skill, just force. His shoulder hit her chest and drove her backward into the bookcase. Books came down around them. One struck Lena across the cheek. Another hit the floor open and flapping. Simon grabbed Ben from behind. "Stop it." Ben twisted and slammed an elbow into Simon's mouth. Simon folded sideways, hitting the wall with his shoulder. I was still in the kitchen doorway with the knife raised like someone in a film who had never been in a real fight. The blade felt enormous and useless. Ben turned toward me. His face was pale, narrow, rainwater dripping from his hood. 25, maybe younger. His eyes were not wild. That frightened me. He looked cornered, calculating. "Give me the laptop," he said. "No," My voice barely came out. He took a step. I lifted the knife higher. He looked at it, then at my hand. He could see the shake. He knew. Lena pushed herself up from the bookcase, one hand pressed to her cheek. Blood ran between her fingers from a cut near her eye. Not much, but bright in the phone glow. "Police are coming," she said. Ben laughed once. "Your phone's dead." Simon spat blood onto my floor. "Ben, they'll have called already. You said you handled it." I said I'd try. "You said she was alone." The words landed in the room. Lena's eyes moved to Simon. So did mine. Simon wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked at me then, and for the first time he seemed ashamed. Not enough. Never enough. But some. "I didn't know he'd come," he said. Asked if I was alone, I said. "I was trying to keep this contained." Contained. Ben moved while we looked at Simon. He grabbed the desk lamp cord, yanked it free from behind the desk, and whipped it toward Lena's legs. She stumbled. He shoved past her toward me. I backed into the kitchen. The laptop hit the counter. My elbow struck the mug tree. Ceramics smashed in the sink. Ben came through the doorway, close. Too close. I slashed with the knife. Not brave, not clean. A desperate sideways motion. The blade caught his forearm through the wet sleeve. He made a high sound and jerked back, more shocked than hurt. The knife dropped from my hand and clanged against the tiles. He looked at the cut, then at me. His face changed. Lena hit him again, this time in the ribs with the rolling pin. He turned on her, grabbed her coat, and drove her into the refrigerator. Magnets fell. A postcard from my mother slid under the table. I grabbed the only thing near me, the kettle. It was still half full from earlier. Cold water, thank God. I swung it by the handle into the side of Ben's head. The plastic cracked. He staggered into the counter. Lena ducked away, gasping. Simon came from behind and tried to pin Ben's arms. They crashed into the sink together. The blinds snapped against the window. Outside, someone shouted from the alley. "Tom." "Mara, open the window." Ben heard it too. He panicked. He drove his heel backward into Simon's shin. Simon cried out and went down hard, striking his temple on the cabinet edge. His body hit the floor with a heavy, real sound that stopped all of us for half a second. A short lull, just breathing. Lena hunched beside the fridge, one hand on her cheek, the rolling pin still in the other. I stood by the sink, kettle handle in my fist, laptop open behind me on the counter. Ben leaned against the hob, holding his bleeding arm. Simon lay on the floor, conscious but dazed, blood at his mouth and temple. Outside, Tom pounded on the alley gate or wall. "Mara," the laptop screen changed. A live feed returned. My kitchen. From outside, we were visible through the half-open blind. Ben looked at the screen and then at the window. That was when I understood the camera in the wall had not been pointing at me. Not mostly. It had been pointed outward, through angles and reflections and gaps, tracking the alley, the side gate, the people coming and going. My living room was incidental. My flat had been turned into a blind, a hidden lookout post inside a legal tenant's home. But the videos had still captured me, sleeping on the sofa, eating toast, crying after calls with my mother. Incidental did not make it harmless. Ben lunged for the laptop. I slammed the lid down on his fingers. he screamed. Lena hit his knee with the rolling pin. This time something gave. Not a dramatic snap. A wet buckle. Ben dropped to one leg, cursing, grabbing at the counter for balance. His shoulder knocked the blinds aside. Tom's face appeared outside the kitchen window, level with the sill. He was standing on the bins. Tom Reeve was broad-shouldered, soaked through, hair plastered to his forehead, one hand gripping the drain pipe, the other holding his phone like a torch. Behind him, the alley gate stood open to the left, leading toward the street. The green bin lid sagged under his weight. "Unlock it," he shouted through the glass. The sash window had an old latch at the top and a safety restrictor Simon had installed after I complained it didn't lock properly. The restrictor allowed the window to open only 4 inches unless you used a tiny key. The key was on my ring. My ring was in the hall dish by the front door. Of course it was. "It has a restrictor," I shouted. Tom looked down at the cable by the drain pipe, then back in. "Move." He wedged the end of a pry tool under the external restrictor bracket. Ben, still on one knee, grabbed the knife from the floor. Everything sharpened again. "Ben," Simon groaned from the floor. "Don't." Ben pointed the knife at us. His hand was slick with blood from his forearm, and the blade wobbled. That made it worse. A steady hand can miss on purpose. A shaking one can do anything. "Give me the laptop," he said. Lena's voice broke. "It's over." "No, it is. You're bleeding. So are you." Tom hammered at the window bracket from outside. Metal squealed. The whole frame shook. Ben looked from Tom to the laptop to the front hall. He chose the laptop. He pushed off the counter and came at me. I threw the cracked kettle at his face. He raised his arm. The kettle bounced off. He kept coming. Lena stepped between us. The knife went into her left forearm, not deep into her body, not cinematic. It cut across the fleshy outside of her arm as she twisted away, but it opened her coat and skin together. She made a sound I had never heard from her. Small, surprised. Then she hit Ben in the throat with the end of the rolling pin. He gagged and stumbled backward into the hob. I grabbed Lena before she fell. Blood soaked through her sleeve almost immediately, dark in the low light. She tried to say she was fine. She was not. Tom wrenched the window restrictor free. The window flew up 4 inches, then 10, then enough for rain and alley stink and cold air to rush in. At the same moment, blue lights flashed against the kitchen wall. Not sirens first. Light, police turning onto green lanes. Ben saw them through the front room curtains, reflected in the kitchen window. He dropped the knife. For 1 second, I thought he was giving up. Then he grabbed the laptop with both hands and hurled it toward the open window. I caught the charger cable. The laptop snapped back, hit the counter edge, and cracked open at the hinge. Ben pulled. I pulled back. It became absurd, a tug of war over a broken computer, while my friend bled beside the fridge and police lights pulsed over wet tiles. Lena, pale and furious, grabbed the sesame loaf from the counter and threw it at Ben's face. A loaf of bread. It hit him square in the eyes. He flinched. I yanked the laptop free and fell backward, landing hard on my tailbone. Pain shot up my spine and stole my breath. Ben turned toward the hallway, but Simon, still on the floor, caught his ankle. "Enough," Simon said. Ben kicked him in the chest. Simon lost his grip. Ben ran, not toward the front door, toward the bedroom, toward the wardrobe panel. "No," Simon wheezed. Ben disappeared down the hall. A second later, we heard the bedroom door bang open. Wood cracked. The wardrobe doors slammed. The service panel screeched wider. He was going into the void. The police were outside. Tom was at the window. Lena was bleeding. Simon was on the floor. We could have stopped there. We should have. But if Ben got into the void, he could reach whatever passage or crawl space had led him into the building's wiring. He could take drives, cut cables, start a fire, come out somewhere else. Or that was what I told myself. The simpler truth, I could not let him remain inside the walls of my home. I grabbed the fallen knife with a dish towel and kicked it under the fridge, away from everyone. Then I picked up the laptop with both hands. "Mara," Lena said, her voice held warning and pleading at once. "I know," I said. I did not know. I ran down the hall. The bedroom was a wreck of shadows. Mr. Pickles shot out from under the bed and past my ankles, making me stumble. The wardrobe doors hung open. The access panel at the back had been forced wide enough for a slim person to squeeze through. Behind it was not a neat service cupboard, but a vertical cavity between walls, maybe 2 feet deep, crossed by pipes, old cables, newer black wiring, and timber studs. Ben was halfway inside, dragging his tool bag after him. A small black box blinked red near his hand. Hard drive, router, recorder. I did not know. He looked back at me. "Stay out," he gasped. "No." He reached for the blinking box. I threw the laptop at him. It hit his shoulder and dropped into the void, wedging between pipes and timber. Sparks spat from somewhere behind the wall. Tiny, blue-white, gone in an instant. The smell of scorched plastic bloomed. Ben cursed and grabbed the laptop, but it was stuck. He yanked once, twice. Behind me, Lena shouted, "Mara, smoke." A thin gray thread curled up from the gap. Real danger, not fear, not imagination. Electrical fire. Ben saw it too. For the first time, he looked truly frightened. He abandoned the laptop and tried to push deeper into the void. I grabbed the back of his hoodie with both hands. He pulled forward. My socks slipped on the bedroom floor. My shoulders slammed into the wardrobe frame. Pain burst down my arm. I held on anyway, fingers twisted in wet fabric. He kicked backward, catching my shin. I cried out, but did not let go. The hoodie seam tore. Ben slid forward another inch. Then Tom arrived behind me. He must have climbed in through the kitchen window, because he was soaked and breathing hard and suddenly there, filling the bedroom doorway. He grabbed me around the waist and pulled me backward. I thought he was pulling me away. Instead, he used my grip to drag Ben with us. Ben came out of the panel backward in a spill of limbs, wires, dust, and plaster. He hit the bedroom floor face first. Tom dropped onto his back, pinning one arm. I fell sideways into the laundry basket. My shin throbbed. My shoulder screamed. "Stay down," Tom shouted. Ben thrashed. Lena appeared in the doorway, her injured arm pressed to her chest, face gray, rolling pin still in her good hand. "Police," she shouted, though the officers were not yet in the room. Maybe Ben believed her. Maybe he was exhausted. Maybe the pain in his cut arm and ruined knee finally caught up. he stopped fighting. From inside the void, smoke thickened. Tom looked up. Fuse box. Now. In the hall cupboard, I said. He pointed at Simon, who had dragged himself to the bedroom doorway, one hand on the wall. You, main switch, unless you want this place burning down. Simon stared at the smoke like he was seeing the cost of every shortcut he had ever taken. Then he limped toward the hall. 30 seconds later, the remaining hum in the wall died. The smoke slowed, not gone, slowed. The first officer came through my broken front door with a torch raised, shouting instructions that blurred together. Then another. Then the hallway filled with radios, boots, rainwater, and commands. Hands guided me out of the bedroom. Someone took the laptop from where it was wedged in the void, still warm, cracked, half dead. Someone else cuffed Ben on my bedroom floor while he complained he couldn't breathe, though he was breathing well enough to swear. Lena sat on the kitchen floor with a tea towel wrapped around her forearm. Her cheek was swelling. Blood had dried in a line down to her jaw. I dropped beside her. "You idiot," she said. "Which part? All of it?" Then she leaned her head against my shoulder carefully and began to shake. Not sobbing, just shaking. I put my good arm around her and found that I was shaking too. Across the kitchen, through the open window, blue light kept moving over the wet brick. Tom stood with an officer by the sink, explaining the cable, the alley, the side gate. Simon sat in the hall with a paramedic shining a light into his eyes, looking smaller than any landlord should be allowed to look. From the bedroom came the smell of burnt dust and opened walls. The conflict had ended in the practical way real things end, not with a clean answer, but with people hurt, property damaged, evidence bagged, and strangers walking through your home in muddy boots. Ben was in cuffs. The door was broken. The wall was open. And inside the cavity behind my wardrobe, still blinking faintly among the wires before an officer covered it, was a second tiny lens, not pointed into my room, pointed through a narrow drilled channel toward the alley, watching the way out. By 3 a.m, my flat no longer looked like a place where anyone lived. It looked processed. That was the word I kept thinking as I sat on the bottom step of the communal stairs with an emergency blanket around my shoulders and dried blood on my sleeve that was not mine. Processed, like meat, like evidence, like something ordinary that had been moved from one category into another by people wearing gloves. The front door to my flat hung crooked in its frame. A uniformed officer had taped the splintered latch area with clear plastic sheeting because the rain kept blowing in through the broken entryway whenever someone came up from the street. Inside, blue overshoes moved from room to room. Radios clicked. A woman from the fire brigade stood in my hallway with a thermal camera pointed at the wall, checking for heat behind the plaster. Someone had opened every window that could open, and the cold November air carried the smell of burnt wiring out into the stairwell. Lena sat 2 steps above me, her left arm wrapped in a clean white dressing from wrist to elbow. She had refused the ambulance twice before the paramedic. A square-jawed woman with kind, tired eyes told her, "You can argue with me after I stop the bleeding." So Lena let them clean it. She did not cry. That seemed important to her. She did make one sharp, animal sound when they flushed the cut, then immediately apologized to everyone, which made the paramedic say, "Please don't apologize for having nerves." The knife had missed the tendons. That was the phrase we were told, missed the tendons. As if luck had stepped in politely and adjusted the angle by half an inch. Lena would need stitches at Whittington Hospital, maybe antibiotics, definitely a follow-up. Her cheek had swollen into a purple mound below the eye, and every time she smiled at me, which she kept doing because she was an idiot, it made the skin pull wrong. Tom sat on the landing below us with a paper cup of instant coffee someone had made badly in Mrs. Kaxmerk's kitchen. He had a scrape down his jaw from climbing through my kitchen window, and a bruise forming along one forearm where Ben had kicked him during the restraint. He looked exhausted in a practical way, like a man who had spent years crawling through loft spaces and service cupboards, and still had not expected to end his evening pinning a bleeding stranger to a bedroom floor. Aniela Kaxmerk, 68, female, was upstairs in her own doorway in a dressing gown, slippers, and a cardigan buttoned unevenly over the top, speaking to police with the fierce dignity of a woman who had not been murdered and wanted everyone to stop acting like she had. Simon had knocked at her door, yes. He had told her there was a maintenance emergency, yes. When she refused to open, he had tried her handle. The bang we heard was not her falling. It was Aniela throwing a wooden shoe rack against her own door from the inside because, in her words, if he wants to come, he comes with the shoes. That was the terrifying sound. That was also, somehow, the funniest thing anyone had said all night. Mr. Pickles prowled the stairwell like a small, offended witness. Every few minutes, he came near my foot, smelled my sock, and left again with a flick of his tail. Ben was gone by then. He had been taken out through the front entrance with a paper suit over his clothes and his wrists cuffed in front because of the wound on his arm. He had not looked at me when they led him past. He looked at the floor, at the broken strip of carpet, at the place where rainwater from the officer's boots had darkened the stair tread. Simon was gone too, though not in the same car. A second ambulance took him after he complained of dizziness and chest pain. Before they moved him, he sat in the hallway with a dressing on his temple, and blood dried at the corner of his mouth, answering questions in bursts. His voice kept slipping into that landlord tone, the polite one, the one that made statements sound like favors. I was trying to prevent escalation. I only became aware recently. I believed it was inactive. I told her not to touch it for her safety. Every sentence sounded like it had been built to survive an email chain. Detective Constable Priya Nair, 40, female, British, arrived around 1:30, wearing a dark coat over plain clothes, hair tied low, expression composed in a way that made me feel both safer and more exposed. She introduced herself to each of us, took notes in a small black notebook despite everyone else using phones, and never once asked me if I was sure. That helped more than I expected. She crouched in front of me on the stairs so I did not have to stand. "Mara," she said, "I know you've told this already, but I need to hear the sequence from you while it's fresh. We can pause whenever you need." I don't know if it's fresh, I said. My voice sounded scraped raw. She glanced toward the open flat door. Fresh doesn't mean neat, so I told it again. The draft, the click, Lena, Simon's texts, Tom's call. The Wi-Fi network, the access panel, the alley, the live feeds, the door, Ben, the laptop, the void. Some parts came out in order. Other parts arrived sideways. I remembered the sesame loaf hitting Ben in the face and had to stop because I started laughing in a way that turned into coughing. Lena said, "That was a tactical bread deployment," from the step above me, and Tom muttered, "Very effective," into his horrible coffee. DC Nair wrote it down without smiling. The one corner of her mouth shifted. Then she said, "The preliminary view is that there were multiple devices installed in cavities and shared areas. We're not going to speculate tonight on the purpose. Digital forensics will image the laptop and the recovered devices. Building management records and access history will be reviewed. You should not stay here." I gathered that, I said. My attempt at humor came out flat. She did not pretend otherwise. "Do you have somewhere safe to go?" Lena said. "Mine." "No," I said automatically. She looked at me. "Yes, you need hospital. And after that, mine. I can get a hotel. With what door, what clothes, what nervous system?" Lena, Mara, DC Nair waited. It was strange, the things that survived shock. My body had been dragged through fear, and yet some stubborn little part of me still worried about being inconvenient. Lena had been stabbed because of me in my kitchen with my knife, and I was about to argue about sleeping on her sofa. I looked down at my hands. There was plaster dust in the creases of my knuckles, a thin line of blood under one nail. My left wrist had started to swell from when I hit the laundry basket. My shin throbbed where Ben kicked me. Everything hurt in a low, arriving way, as if my body had been taking notes and was now reading them back. "I don't want to be alone," I said, not loudly, not dramatically, just true. Lena's good hand came down onto my shoulder and stayed there. DC Nair nodded once, as if I had answered a practical question. Then that sorted. The legal consequences began before dawn, though not in the clean television way where the truth appears on a screen and everyone finally understands. It was messier. They took my laptop in an evidence bag, cracked hinge and all. They took the small recorder from the service void, 2 pinhole cameras, lengths of cable, the broken external window restrictor, the knife, Lena's rolling pin, and Ben's tool bag. They photographed the wall behind the bookcase until the flash made my living room pulse like lightning. They removed the old patched square entirely and exposed a narrow drilled channel that ran through the wall cavity toward a reflective strip mounted near the kitchen doorframe. Not a mirror exactly, more like a piece of polished metal fixed at an angle. That was how the camera had seen more than it should have. Not magic, geometry. Awful, careful geometry. Tom saw it before I did and swore under his breath. "What?" I asked. He hesitated. "Tom." He pointed from the opened wall to the kitchen doorway, then to the print on my living room wall, then toward the rear window. It used reflections, little sightline tricks, cheap but clever. From that wall, it could catch slices of the alley without a lens sitting in the window where someone would notice. "And me?" I asked. His face tightened. "Some of you too." Some. That word a lot of work. DC Nair later told me the same thing in better language. The primary surveillance angle appeared to be outward facing, focused on the rear alley, side passage, and communal access points. However, because the camera operated from within my private flat, it had also captured parts of my living room and daily activity. That distinction mattered legally. It did not matter emotionally. Before we left, I asked to see the bedroom one more time. Everyone told me I did not need to. I did it anyway. The wardrobe doors hung open. Clothes lay on the floor, dusty and stepped on. The access panel had been removed, leaving a dark rectangular gap into the building's interior. An officer's work light shone into the cavity, turning pipes and cables into stark little lines. The smell of burnt plastic had faded, but not gone. It sat in the room beneath the lavender pillow spray and detergent, making both smell false. My bed was still unmade. One sock lay on the floor. The book on the bedside table was open spine down, exactly as I had left it hours before the flat turned into evidence, before the wall opened, before someone I had paid rent to stood outside my door and asked me not to make things difficult. That ordinary sock nearly broke me. Lena found me standing there and did not say anything. She just leaned against the doorframe, pale under the hallway light, her bandaged arm held close. "I keep thinking," I said. "What if I taped it?" She looked at the gap in the wardrobe. "You didn't. But what if I had?" "But you didn't." That was all she would give me. At the time, it felt harsh. Later, I understood she was refusing to let me move into an imaginary version of events where I could punish myself forever. We went to the hospital in Tom's van because Lena refused a second ambulance, and the police said we were free to leave after giving statements, provided we remained reachable. Tom drove with both hands tight on the wheel, checking the mirrors every few seconds. None of us commented on it. I sat in the back with Lena, holding her phone because her fingers were stiff from shock. At Whittington, the world became fluorescent and slow. Waiting chairs, vending machines, a toddler crying with pure outrage somewhere behind a curtain, the antiseptic smell of corridors. Lena got 8 stitches. I got my wrist wrapped, my shin examined, and a lecture about monitoring bruising and head pain, even though I insisted I had not hit my head. A nurse gave me tea in a paper cup and called me love in a tired voice. At 6:17 a.m., my mother called. I had ignored the earlier video call. Then the police had asked for an emergency contact, and Lena, traitor that she was, gave them my mother's number. I answered in the hospital corridor beside a poster about sepsis. "Mara," my mother said. Her voice was too awake for Maine, too frightened. I tried to say, "I'm okay." What came out was, "Mom." Then I cried, not beautifully, not cathartically. It was ugly and embarrassing and clogged my nose. I cried because I had not called her back, because I had been scared she would hear my life cracking and tell me to come home, because she might have been right, and because being right would not fix anything. Lena found me mid-call, took one look, and sat on the floor beside me without a word, her bandaged arm resting on her knees. Hospital staff stepped around us. A cleaner pushed a yellow bucket past. The ordinary world continued with brutal confidence. By the following afternoon, pieces of the story had hardened into facts. Ben was Benjamin Calder, 26, male, British, a freelance installer with prior cautions for theft and unauthorized access to communications equipment. He had done subcontracted work for Simon 2 years earlier on the building's intercom and broadband routing. According to what DC Nair could share, his initial statement claimed Simon had asked him to monitor the rear access after packages were stolen and after suspicious people were seen in the alley. Simon's solicitor, naturally, said something different. Simon claimed Ben had installed extra security without approval, that Simon discovered it only recently, and that he panicked because illegal equipment in tenant walls would destroy him financially, which was, perhaps, the first honest thing about him. Neither explanation covered everything. Not the hidden recorder, not the videos named by date, not the camera in the stairwell, not Simon asking if I was alone. DC Nair did not promise closure. I appreciated that. She said there would be charges related to unlawful entry, assault, criminal damage, and suspected voyeurism, or unlawful surveillance, depending on the forensic results. She said the landlord-tenant issues would involve the council and possibly civil action. Lena, despite stitches and painkillers, had already begun saying things like injunction, housing enforcement, and we are going to ruin him properly, which sounded more like her than anything else had since the kitchen. I did not go back to the flat for 4 days. When I did, it was with Lena, Tom, DC Nair's colleague, and a locksmith who replaced the front door hardware while I stood on the pavement and stared up at my own windows. Green lanes looked the same. Buses grumbled past. A cyclist shouted at a cab. Someone came out of the bakery with a paper bag held under one arm and coffee in the other hand. The sky was low and white, threatening rain. My flat was inside all of that ordinariness, pretending it had not happened. The new lock made a clean sound when it turned. Inside, the landlord's repairs had not begun. Police tape marked the living room wall. The bookcase stood crooked, half empty. The kitchen blinds were gone because I had ripped them down myself with shaking hands the moment we walked in. I did not want slats. I did not want gaps. I did not want little managed lines of visibility. Tom installed temporary blackout film on the lower kitchen window while the locksmith worked. He did it silently, smoothing bubbles with a bank card. When he finished, he stepped back and said, "That'll do for now. For now." Those words were the shape of my life for a while. I slept at Lena's. I worked from her kitchen table badly. I answered emails in bursts. I forgot simple things. I checked corners. I checked locks. I checked reflections in dark windows and hated myself for doing it, then did it anyway. Lena pretended not to notice, except when she noticed too hard and said, "Tea," in a tone that meant stop spiraling or I'll make you eat toast. Aniela called every morning for a week. Not texted. "Called, you sleep," she would ask. "Some, you eat." "Yes, liar, eat soup." On the 5th day, she brought soup to Lena's flat in a jar wrapped in a tea towel. Mr. Pickles had apparently returned home and developed a taste for sleeping in Aniela's laundry basket, which she blamed on trauma and attention seeking in equal measure. The story did not become easier because it became official. In some ways, official made it worse. Official meant forms, statements, case numbers, photographs of my wall shown to me on a police tablet, a council officer asking careful questions about previous repairs, my mother offering to fly over, then not arguing when I said not yet, a victim support leaflet folded in my bag, Lena's blood-stained coat sealed in evidence instead of hanging on her chair. But official also meant I was not imagining it. That mattered. 3 weeks later, I moved out. Not dramatically. No final speech to the flat. No last look from the doorway while rain streaked the windows. I packed what I could stand to keep and threw away more than was rational. The mug tree, the living room curtains, the framed print that had caught the reflection, the lavender pillow spray, the folder labeled things to fix. I kept the ceramic dog my mother had mailed me. I kept the sesame loaf story because Lena insisted it had historic legal importance. I kept the laptop only in photographs. The real one stayed with police. The place was smaller, in a post-war block near Crouch End, with ugly carpets and walls that sounded solid when I knocked on them. The first night there, Lena came over with takeaway and sat on the floor because my sofa had not arrived. "Any weird drafts?" she asked. "Don't. Any suspicious bread?" "Lena," she smiled, then winced because her cheek was still tender. The stitches were out by then, leaving a pink line along her forearm that she pretended not to examine when she thought I was not looking. We ate noodles from cartons. Outside, someone dragged bins along the pavement. I flinched. Lena did too. Neither of us mentioned it. Later, after she left, I checked the lock twice, then a third time. Then I made myself stop. I stood in the center of the new living room and listened. Fridge hum, neighbor's television, a bus changing gears on the main road, ordinary sounds, real sounds, the kind old flats and new flats both make because buildings are never silent and safety is not the same as quiet. My phone buzzed. For a second, my whole body tightened. It was a message from DC Nair. Forensics recovered usable files from the damaged device. Will update through official channels. Please don't discuss details outside statement process. Also, second installer not yet identified. I read the last sentence 3 times. Second installer, not Ben, not Simon, someone else. Below that, another message arrived from an unknown number. No words, just a photograph. My old kitchen window from the alley, taken in daylight. The blinds were gone. The blackout film Tom had installed was visible across the lower pane. Police tape crossed the inside wall beyond it, slightly out of focus. The image had been taken recently. After I moved out, I stood there in my new flat with noodles going cold on the coffee table and my thumb hovering over the screen. The sensible part of me knew there were explanations. Press, neighbor, council worker, someone from the investigation, someone who had found my number through paperwork or worse. I forwarded it to DC Nair. Then I blocked the number. Then I checked my new windows. Not because I thought anyone was there, because once you learn how many ways a room can look back at you, you do not unlearn it. I did not go home to Maine. I did not stay in the old flat. I did not become fearless. What happened was smaller and harder to explain. I learned to live in rooms again without trusting them completely. I learned that locks are useful and insufficient. I learned that proof can save you, but chasing proof can also get people hurt. I learned that sometimes the thing in the wall is not watching you because you matter. Sometimes you are just the place someone chose, and that can be worse. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing wrong with the elevator was the button, not the button itself. It still had that greasy little halo from 100 thumbs, still glowed the same tired orange when you pressed it, still sat under the scratched plastic sign that said B2 records/mechanical access, like every other night. The wrong part was that when Mara pressed it, the light blinked twice. Once would have been normal. Twice made Theo stop chewing his granola bar. I'm Mara Ellis, 32, female, born in Scranton, and now living in Baltimore, because I kept telling myself the move was temporary until my lease renewed 4 times. I worked as a facilities coordinator for Larkin and Bell, a mid-sized insurance law firm in a narrow brick office building just off East Pratt Street, close enough to the inner harbor that tourists sometimes wandered into our lobby thinking we were a boutique hotel. My job was mostly air conditioning complaints, keycard issues, vendor scheduling, and pretending old buildings had personalities instead of maintenance backlogs. I was good at that. I liked problems that came with forms, invoices, and service numbers. Anything I could put in a spreadsheet stopped feeling like a threat. That Tuesday night, I had stayed late because a water leak on the 7th floor had soaked 3 bankers' boxes of deposition exhibits, and our senior partner wanted the physical files secured downstairs immediately, as if wet cardboard might sneak out on its own. Theo Price, 26, male, from Reading in the UK, was our junior IT support guy, though everyone treated him like a walking password reset. He was tall and thin in that way that made his office chair look too small, with soft brown hair that always seemed damp even when it wasn't raining. He had stayed because the soaked boxes had also taken out a switch in a storage closet, and he wanted to photograph the damage before anyone blamed him for the Wi-Fi stuttering. He was the one chewing the granola bar, standing in the corridor with his backpack slung on one shoulder, watching the elevator panel like it had just answered a question in a voice it shouldn't have. "It blinked," he said. "I saw. It never does that. You've been here 6 months. 6 months is enough to know a lift shouldn't wink at me." He called it a lift because he couldn't help himself. Normally, I would have teased him about it, but I was looking at the panel. The orange light behind B2 steadied after that second pulse and hummed softly. Not a theatrical hum, nothing dramatic, just the faint electrical buzz you hear when a building is tired and full of fluorescent fixtures. The service elevator waited with its doors open. Behind us, the hallway on the lobby level had gone mostly dark. After 8, the motion sensors took over, so light moved with you in patches. The glossy floor reflected the long rectangles overhead. Somewhere near reception, the cleaning crew's vacuum dragged a low moan through the carpet, stopped, then started again with a click like a throat clearing. Outside the glass front doors, Pratt Street traffic hissed on wet asphalt. A bus exhaled at the curb. Somebody laughed too loudly on the sidewalk, and then the sound faded as they walked east. Everything ordinary. That made the blink worse. Mara Ellis, 32, female, was me. The person who knew the service elevator had been unreliable for years, but had never trapped anyone longer than 12 minutes. The person who knew the certificate in its frame expired next month, but was technically still valid. The person who had a direct number for the elevator company taped inside her desk drawer because our building manager, Malcolm, never answered after 6. I was also the person who hated small enclosed spaces and never told anyone at work because a facilities coordinator afraid of elevators sounded like a joke written by someone mean. It wasn't a full phobia. I could ride them. I did ride them every day. But if an elevator paused too long between floors, or if too many people crowded in with winter coats and coffee breath, something in my chest tightened into a fist. My father had once gotten stuck in a freight elevator at a textile warehouse when I was 13. Only for 20 minutes. He came home fine, joking about it. But I remembered his voice on my mother's phone, thin and careful, saying, "Don't let Mara hear you panic," which of course meant I heard every word. So when Theo said, "could be a control board thing," I let myself grab onto that. "Exactly," I said, "a control board thing. That's not me saying it's safe." I didn't say safe. I said explainable. He snorted. That feels like something people say before they make poor choices. The wet boxes sat on a flatbed cart beside us, smelling of paper pulp and ceiling dust. There were 6 of them, sagging at the corners, marked RAMIREZVHALDEN, Exhibits 3A3F in black Sharpie. The leak had been from an old chilled water line above the copy room. Nothing dramatic, but the water had run through insulation and paint flakes before dripping onto the archive shelves. Now each box gave off a sour, mineral smell, like a basement after a storm. We needed to get them to B2 into the records cage, where there were drying racks and a dehumidifier that sounded like a lawn mower full of coins. We could have waited until morning. We should have waited until morning. But the senior partner, Dennis Larkin, had called me from a dinner at Charleston and said, "Mara, the opposing counsel is already fishing for sanctions. I need those exhibits logged and secured tonight." Dennis Larkin, 61, male from Baltimore, had not appeared in person that night, but his pressure had. He was the kind of man whose absence still occupied space. His voice in my ear, the billable hour panic under his polished calm, the way he said secured, as if I personally might lose a lawsuit by going home before 10. That was my everyday motive. Do the job, keep the building running. Don't become the reason someone important remembers your name. Theo stepped halfway into the elevator and leaned around the inside panel. B2's lit in here too. Great, not great, informational. The service elevator was bigger than the passenger cars, but not by much. Its padded wall blankets were torn at hip height, exposing gray fabric and a strip of old tape that had gone shiny with age. The metal threshold was scuffed where carts had bumped over it. The floor had a rubber mat with raised circles that trapped grit and smelled faintly of mop water. Above the doors, the floor indicator showed L steady. Normal. I nudged the flatbed forward, and the front wheels clattered over the threshold. The elevator gave a small dip. I stopped so fast the cart handle pressed into my stomach. Theo looked at me. You felt that. It's the weight. These boxes weigh, 40 pounds each. Wet paper is heavy. So is regret. I pulled the cart back an inch. The elevator floor rose with a soft mechanical sigh, settling flush with the lobby again. Somewhere below us, a cable or pulley made a muted knocking sound. 3 beats, then nothing. Theo's expression changed from joking to attentive. He did that quickly, like a shade being pulled down. He could be nervous and still useful, which I appreciated. We can take the stairs, he said, to B2. Yeah, with 6 wet boxes and a cart. Fine, we can carry them 2 at a time. You can carry wet legal exhibits down 2 basement flights after eating half a granola bar. I'll have you know this is a protein bar. It has chocolate chips. Protein adjacent. I laughed, and for a second the hallway became a hallway again. A dumb work night. A leak. A tired elevator. Theo grinning with oats stuck to one molar. Then the elevator doors tried to close on the cart. Not fast. Not like a movie. They slid inward with their usual patient drag, the rubber safety edge brushing the front box. The door bumped it, retreated 3 inches, then tried again. Hey, Theo said, and slapped the door open button. The doors opened. He pressed it again, harder, as if scolding the elevator through his thumb. Rude. My radio crackled on my belt before I could answer. Mara, a woman's voice said. You still by service? I unclipped it. Yeah, you okay, Lena? Lena Ortiz, 45, female, from Queens, New York, was the night security guard at the front desk. She had worked hospitals before office buildings and had a way of noticing things without making a performance of it. She wore her gray security sweater, even in summer, because the lobby vents blew straight onto the desk. Her left knee clicked when she stood. She had 2 grown sons, a laugh like a cough, and a strict policy that any food left in the break room after 7 belonged to whoever found it. Camera just flickered back there, she said through the radio. Service elevator feed went green for a second. Theo's eyebrows rose. I pressed the talk button. Green how? Green like garbage. Then normal, probably the rain. It's not raining anymore. Then probably the building being old as hell. That was Lena. Calm, not careless. She could make a suspicious noise sound manageable without dismissing it entirely. Theo leaned toward the radio. Did the floor indicator show anything? I gave him a look. What? He mouthed. Lena answered anyway. On camera, no, doors open. You two standing there looking like you found a raccoon. Thanks, I said. We've got it. You want me back there? I looked at the boxes. The elevator, Theo. The glowing B2 button. No, I said, because I was still trying to keep this in the category of minor maintenance issue. Stay at the desk. We're just moving the Ramirez boxes. Copy. Shout if you need. The radio clicked off. Theo stepped out of the elevator. I vote stairs. You always vote dramatically. I'm British. We vote against things and then suffer anyway. I took my phone from my back pocket. No missed calls. Battery at 34%. Building's Wi-Fi had one weak bar in the service corridor, and my cell signal was worse because the old brick walls ate reception like candy. I opened the elevator vendor contact anyway. Harbor Vertical Systems, after hours dispatch. The number sat under my thumb. I didn't call. That's the part I keep returning to, even now. There were so many small places where the night could have bent another way, and none of them looked important at the time. Calling would have meant an emergency service fee. It would have meant waking Malcolm. It would have meant explaining to Dennis why his exhibits were still sitting in the lobby because a button blinked and a camera glitched green. All of that sounded embarrassing in the moment. Not dangerous, embarrassing. And embarrassment has pushed people into worse rooms than fear ever has. The motion lights behind us clicked off, leaving the far corridor dim. The elevator interior stayed bright under its scratched plastic ceiling panel. There was a dead fly in one of the light covers. I noticed it because I didn't want to look at the doors. Mara, Theo said, softer now. You okay? Yeah, you did that thing. What thing? Where your face goes blank and you act like a printer jam is a hostage situation. That's just my face. No, your face is usually more disappointed. I smiled because he wanted me to, but it didn't sit right. The elevator smelled warmer than it had a minute ago. Dust and rubber, and a faint metallic odor like pennies handled too long. I told myself machinery always smelled that way when it ran. From the lobby, Lena called out without using the radio. You two need a priest or a dolly. Her voice carried down the hall, bounced off marble and glass. Theo called back, both maybe. Priest costs extra. I took a breath through my nose, then regretted it because of the wet cardboard. Okay, I said. Here's what we do. We send the cart down alone. We take the stairs, meet it at B2. Theo stared at me. That is somehow creepier than riding with it. It's safer, is it? Because now we're trusting the possessed cart box. Not possessed. I said cart box. You implied possessed. I implied unionized. I ignored him and pushed the cart fully inside. The elevator dipped again, but less this time, or maybe I had expected it. The boxes wobbled. A bead of dirty water ran from the bottom seam of the top box and tapped onto the rubber mat. Once, twice, 3 times. Theo held the doors with his hand on the rubber edge. You sure? He asked. No, yes. I reached inside and pressed B2 again. The button was already lit, but it gave under my fingertip with a soft plastic click. Above the door, the indicator still read L. Theo removed his hand. The doors slid shut. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Then the elevator descended. We heard it more than felt it. The motor engaging above or below us, the cable tension changing, the low rolling shudder traveling through the wall. The floor indicator blinked from L to B1, then B2, then it went blank. Theo and I stood side by side, looking at the empty display. The motor kept running, not loudly, not grinding, just continuing, steady and indifferent, like the elevator had misunderstood the building and found more building underneath it. "Tell me there's a B3, Theo said. "There is, parking level. No, old storage. No, tunnel. The city doesn't give law firms secret tunnels." "You say that, but Baltimore has weird infrastructure." He wasn't wrong. Downtown Baltimore had steam tunnels, old utility corridors, sealed coal chutes, basement doors painted shut before I was born. Every old building had rumors, and most of them were just plumbers trying to explain bad drawings. Our building had been renovated so many times that the plans in Malcolm's office contradicted each other. One set showed a sub-basement, another didn't. One marked a mechanical pit under the elevator shaft, but that was normal. Elevator pits existed. They were shallow service spaces, not floors. The motor stopped. A relay clicked behind the wall. The indicator came back on. It showed B2. Theo let out a breath through his teeth. Nope. Could have been display lag. Mara. Could have been. Mara. The way he said my name made me turn from the indicator to him. His joking had drained off. He was pale under the office lighting, and the granola bar wrapper crackled in his fist because he had clenched it. From the radio, Lena's voice snapped in. "Mara, did you send it down?" I grabbed the radio. "Yeah, it didn't stop on B2. Theo closed his eyes briefly. I pressed the button. "What do you mean?" "I mean the camera at B2 shows closed doors. No elevator." Indicator down there flashed, then went dark. Now it says B2, but the doors never opened. A small, practical part of my mind tried to line up the facts into something harmless. Camera delay, door sensor fault, indicator relay issue. The car stopped slightly below landing and corrected. The kinds of explanations technicians gave while wiping grease on a rag. Then Lena added, and I heard it pass. Theo looked toward the stairwell door. The service corridor seemed longer than it had a minute ago. Behind the elevator doors, something settled far below with a dull metal sound, too deep in the shaft to belong to the lobby level. Not a crash, more like the cart shifting after a hard stop. I could feel my pulse in my palms. Lena came down the hall then, keys swinging from her belt, radio in hand. Her face was composed, but she had taken the time to bring the big flashlight from the desk. That told me enough. Lena Ortiz, 45, female, moved with the practiced caution of someone who had broken up fights in emergency waiting rooms and learned that panic spreads faster when you name it. She stopped beside us and looked at the indicator. "B2, she said. "That's what it says," Theo replied. She looked at me. "Call Harbor vertical." I know, but I still didn't, because as I lifted my phone, the elevator chimed. A clean, cheerful ding. The same sound it made at 8 in the morning when paralegals rolled in with iced coffees and gym bags. The doors opened onto the service elevator, empty except for the wet footprints of the cart wheels on the rubber mat. The cart was gone. The 6 boxes were gone. For 3 seconds, none of us spoke. The elevator light flickered once overhead, making the dead fly in the cover jump in and out of shadow. From inside the car came the smell of damp cardboard, stronger now, mixed with hot dust and something sharper. Hydraulic fluid, maybe, metal, basement air. Theo whispered, "Absolutely not." Lena aimed the flashlight into the corners, as if the cart might be hiding behind the wall blankets. "Did either of you see it come back up?" "No," I said. "Did the doors open on B2?" "No." I stepped closer despite myself. The rubber mat had 2 dark wheel tracks leading inward, then stopping near the center. No tracks leading out. A smear of water curved toward the rear wall, where one box must have leaked as the cart shifted. On the inside panel, the B2 button still glowed. Below it, beneath the standard row of lobby and basement buttons, the brushed steel faceplate had a vertical scratch I'd seen 100 times. Except now the scratch had widened at one end, or the light was catching it differently, showing a thin black seam where the metal panel didn't quite sit flush. Theo saw me looking. "What?" he said. "Nothing." Lena did not look away from the elevator. "Mara, we're not riding that. No one's riding it. Good. We need the boxes." Theo made a sound that was almost a laugh. "Do we?" "Yes." "No, I mean legally, spiritually. As a civilization, Dennis will lose his mind. Dennis can come fetch his cursed exhibits." Lena lowered the flashlight. "We've got 2 choices. We lock this elevator out and call the tech, or we go down the stairs and see if the cart somehow came out on B2 where the camera missed it." "That camera covers the whole service landing," I said. "I know what it covers." Her tone wasn't sharp. That made it worse. The stairwell door sat 10 feet away, beige paint chipped around the push bar. Behind it, 2 flights led down to B2. Concrete steps, pipe smell, emergency lights, a normal basement, a place I had been 1,000 times with my key ring in one hand and coffee in the other. The elevator waited open, bright and empty. The button for B2 glowed like it was being patient with us. I looked at my phone again, at the after-hours number, then at the stairwell, then at Lena and Theo, both waiting for me because the building was technically my problem, until I made it someone else's. For once, the form in my head had no box to check. "We call Harbor," I said, and my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "Then we check B2 from the stairs. No one gets in the elevator." Theo swallowed. "And if the cart isn't there?" Lena's keys clicked softly against her belt. I looked at the empty car, at the wheel tracks that ended in the middle of the floor, and at the narrow black seam on the panel I had never noticed before. "Then," I said, "we stop pretending this is a normal maintenance call." By the time Harbor Vertical put me on hold, the elevator doors had closed again by themselves. Nobody touched the panel. They just slid together while the 3 of us stood in the service corridor, listening to a flute-heavy version of "Here Comes the Sun" crackle from my phone speaker. Theo said, "That feels personal." Lena lifted her flashlight and aimed the beam at the brushed steel doors. Light broke across fingerprints, old cleaning streaks, and a dent near the bottom from when a copier company had rammed a pallet jack into it the year before. Nothing moved now. No indicator, no chime, just the steady orange glow of the call button beside the frame, like the elevator was still awake behind its face. I held the phone tighter. It's on a timer. Doors close on timers when the car is there, Theo said. It is there. Is it? Lena gave him a look. Don't start talking like that. He put both hands up, granola wrapper still crumpled in one fist. I'm not saying ghost lift. I'm saying if the control system thinks it's here, but the car is somewhere else, that's worse than ghost lift. The hold music clicked. A woman came on with the flat, exhausted tone of someone sitting under fluorescent lights in a dispatch center 3 counties away. Harbor vertical after hours. Is anyone entrapped? No, I said quickly. Too quickly. No one's inside. This is Mara Ellis with Larkin and Bell, 214 East Pratt Street, Baltimore. Our service elevator appears to have malfunctioned. It descended past B2, then returned without the load we sent down. There was a pause. Returned without the load, a cart, 6 records boxes. It went down with them and came back empty. Another pause, longer. What is the current position of the elevator? I looked at the indicator. Blank. Lobby level, we think. You think. The door's closed. The call button is lit. The indicator isn't showing. Ma'am, do not attempt to use the elevator. Do not attempt to retrieve property from the shaft or car. Keep all personnel clear. I'm creating an emergency ticket. Theo mouthed, emergency ticket, like those words had finally made the night official. How soon can someone get here? I asked. For entrapment, immediate dispatch. For non-entrapment mechanical failure, 2 to 4 hours, depending on technician availability. I closed my eyes for half a second. Dennis's voice rang in my memory. I need those exhibits logged and secured tonight. Is there any way to escalate? I asked. Is anyone injured or trapped? No. Then no, ma'am. I can mark it urgent due to potential runaway or leveling fault. Lena's head turned slightly at runaway. She heard it too. Potential what? Theo said. I waved him quiet, but he leaned closer. The dispatcher continued. If the car is moving without command, do not enter the hoistway, machine room, pit, or basement landing. Do you have a building engineer on site? No, building manager is off-site. Contact them. Secure access to all elevator landings. Place the unit out of service if you can do so without entering the car. A technician will call when en route. If the cart is missing, do not retrieve property, she said, sharper now, less script and more person, especially if there is any chance it entered the pit. The pit. The word made something unpleasant fold open in my stomach. Elevator pits were not mysterious. They were holes. Concrete boxes below the lowest landing, usually 4 or 5 feet deep, full of oil stains, buffers, wiring, sometimes standing water if your sump pump hated you. I had seen photos in inspection reports. I had nodded through vendor explanations. I had never wanted to stand over one and wonder if 6 boxes of legal exhibits had somehow been dropped into it like garbage. Can the car go below the lowest floor? I asked. Not during normal operation. I know not during normal operation. That's why you need a technician. The line went quiet, except for the faint clack of her keyboard. Ticket number HV90 1184, she said. Please repeat that back. I did, because repeating numbers was easier than thinking. She confirmed my mobile number and told me again, in the same voice people use for downed power lines and gas leaks, to keep everyone away from the elevator. When I hung up, the corridor sounded larger. The vacuum near reception had stopped. The building's background noises took over. Air moving through old ducts, a pipe ticking in the wall, rainwater still dripping somewhere above a ceiling tile, even though the leak had been shut off. From the sidewalk outside, a siren passed on Lombard, or Light Street, Dopplering into a thin whine before it disappeared. Lena said, 2 to 4 hours. Urgent ticket. That means 2 to 4 hours. Theo looked at me. We're not waiting here until midnight for boxes, are we? I hated that he asked it like I was the sort of person who might say yes. The problem was simple now. That almost made it worse. The Ramirez exhibits had to be secured before morning because the case team needed them scanned and logged by 7 a.m. The leak made them vulnerable to damage, and they were now missing somewhere inside a malfunctioning elevator system. The elevator company would not arrive for hours unless someone was trapped. The building manager wasn't on site. The senior partner would not accept the elevator ate them as an explanation, and neither would a judge if those documents were originals instead of copies. A concrete, stupid, bureaucratic emergency. Not monsters, not curses, paperwork in danger. People make terrible decisions for paperwork. I need to call Malcolm, I said. Lena made a small sound in her throat. What? I asked. You know he's not going to answer. He has to. He doesn't. Malcolm Reed, 58, male, from Annapolis, was the building manager, a soft-handed man with expensive work boots that never seemed to get dirty. He knew where every shut-off valve was in theory, carried 3 phones, and treated after-hours calls like personal insults. He was not present in the corridor, but like Dennis, he had gravity. His name sat over every locked room, every missing diagram, every decision that technically required permission from someone who had gone home at 5. I called him. It rang 7 times. Voicemail. I called again. Theo paced 3 steps toward the stairwell, then back. We should go to B2. No, Lena said. I'm not saying open the elevator doors. I'm saying look through the stairwell door. Check the landing. Maybe the camera froze. That's how people end up in reports, Lena said. We're already in a report. I held up one finger while Malcolm's voicemail started again. Malcolm, it's Mara, I said after the beep. Emergency with the service elevator. Harbor vertical has been called. Possible leveling or control fault. We're securing the landings. I need access guidance for lockout and the machine room. Call me immediately. I ended the call and sent the same thing by text, minus the irritation. Almost immediately, my phone buzzed. For one bright second, I thought it was Malcolm. It was Dennis. Are the Ramirez boxes secured? I stared at the text until the words turned into shapes. Theo saw my face. Boss, partner, worse. Lena looked from me to the phone. Do not tell him the elevator ate his homework. I wasn't going to phrase it like that. How were you going to phrase it? I didn't answer. Because here was my flaw, pressed cleanly against the glass now. I cared too much about being the competent one. Not brave, not admired, competent. The person who fixed things before they became visible, the person who made messes vanish, who anticipated problems, who didn't need rescuing. It had gotten me promotions, sure. It had also made me lie by omission, skip meals, accept impossible deadlines, and stand in a service corridor at night, considering whether an elevator malfunction counted as a reason to disappoint a powerful man. Mara Ellis, 32, female, was not fearless. She was afraid of being trapped. She was more afraid of being useless. I typed, working on it now. Will update shortly. Lena read it over my shoulder and sighed. What? That's a cursed sentence. Theo said, legally inadvisable too. I can't explain until we know what happened. Yes, you can, Lena said. You say there is an elevator emergency and the documents are temporarily inaccessible. Temporarily inaccessible sounds worse. Worse than missing, the word hung between us. Missing. From behind the elevator doors came a small click. We all stopped. Another click followed, then a heavier sound, low in the shaft. Metal touching metal, not hard enough to be a crash. A settling sound. Then something like a wheel squeaking once. Theo whispered, "That was the cart." Lena stepped forward and put one hand out, not touching the doors, just holding him back before he moved without realizing it. "Don't," she said. "I was. You were." He looked annoyed, then frightened by the fact that she was right. The call button flickered, not off, just a flutter under the plastic. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Malcolm, out of town. What exactly happened? I almost laughed. Of course he was out of town. Of course the building manager was in Delaware, or on a boat, or wherever men like Malcolm went when pipes burst. I called him instead of texting. He answered on the fourth ring, already defensive. "Mara, I'm at my sister S in Easton. What's going on?" The service elevator malfunctioned. We sent a cart to B2. The elevator appeared to pass B2, then returned empty. Camera confirms doors didn't open on B2. Harbor Vertical says possible runaway or leveling fault, and told us to secure landings. A TV murmured behind him. A woman laughed faintly, then the sound muffled as if he had moved rooms. "You sent a cart down without anyone in it. That's not the issue. It might be if it damaged the gate. There's no gate. The collapsible gate in the freight car. We don't have that model." A pause. He cleared his throat. Right, no. That was the Charles Street property. Theo closed his eyes again, harder this time. I said, "I need to know how to lock out the elevator from the lobby without entering the car, and whether there's any access below B2. "There isn't below B2. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." "Because the car sounded like it continued below B2. "That's impossible. Malcolm." He exhaled through his nose, loud enough to distort the phone audio. "There's an old sub-basement void under part of the building, but not an accessible floor. Steam lines, drainage, old coal storage maybe. It's sealed. It doesn't connect to the elevator." I looked at Lena. She saw my expression change. "What?" she mouthed. I repeated it quietly. "Sub-basement void." Theo's face went still. Malcolm kept talking. "It's on the original drawings, but it was abandoned during the 1980s renovation. There shouldn't be any opening from the shaft except the pit. Listen to me carefully. Don't go opening anything. Wait for Harbor. We have legal documents missing. I don't care if you have the Declaration of Independence down there. If that elevator is misleveling, you stay out." That should have ended it. Instead, the lights went out. Not all of them, not at first. The corridor lights snapped off in sequence away from us, motion sensors giving up one by one. The elevator call button stayed orange. The emergency exit sign above the stairwell burned red. The lobby beyond reception dimmed, then came back under emergency lighting, a weaker, bluish wash that made the marble look wet. Lena turned toward the front. Power dip. Theo checked his phone. Wi-Fi just dropped. The air handling unit wound down somewhere overhead, its steady breath tapering until the building felt suddenly sealed. A few seconds later, a generator or backup system kicked in with a distant mechanical cough from the alley side. The emergency light stabilized, but the service corridor remained half dark. My radio crackled. A man's voice came through, distorted and thin. "Anybody there?" Lena snatched her radio off her belt. "Say again." Static, then, "Mara, you down?" The voice broke apart. Theo's mouth opened slightly. "Was that from the elevator?" "No," Lena said, but she didn't sound sure. The radio hissed again. "Help me with stuck," then nothing. Lena stared at her radio. Channel 2. She thumbed the dial, checked the display, and keyed the mic. "This is Lena at lobby security. Identify yourself." Static, no answer. My skin prickled under my blazer, but my mind kept reaching for the ordinary. A cleaner on a different channel. A contractor with a cheap radio. Interference from the generator. Security systems loved to fail in ways that seemed personal. "Could be Nestor," Lena said. "Nestor?" Theo asked. "One of the cleaners. He was doing floors on 6 earlier. Nestor Alvarez, 39, male from Newark, New Jersey. Was part of the after-hours cleaning crew," I said. Not as narration then, but because saying his full name in my head made him real, and therefore harder to ignore. He was broad-shouldered, quiet, and always wore orange earbuds around his neck, even when he wasn't listening to music. He had once helped me move a filing cabinet without making me ask twice. His wife packed him dinner in square glass containers that he heated in the 7th floor break room, making the whole hallway smell like cumin and garlic. Lena turned toward reception. "He's supposed to sign out at 9:30. "What time is it?" Theo asked. I checked my phone. 8:42 p.m. Then, the fire panel near the lobby began to beep. Not alarm, trouble. A measured electronic chirp every 2 seconds. Lena swore softly and moved fast, her knee clicking as she headed toward the desk. Theo and I followed, leaving the elevator doors behind us. As we entered the lobby, the emergency lights made the glass front doors reflect us back as pale figures walking through a dark aquarium. Outside, traffic continued as if nothing had happened. A couple under one umbrella passed the building without looking in. The fire panel showed a yellow trouble light. Lena opened the cover with a key and read the display. "Basement water sensor," she said. "What basement?" Theo asked. "B2 mechanical sump." The trouble beep kept going. "Could the elevator pit be flooding?" I asked. Lena looked at me. "You tell me." The leak upstairs had been shut off, but water travels in old buildings. It runs along pipes, through wall cavities, down elevator shafts if it finds a path. If water had reached the pit while the elevator was malfunctioning, Harbor's warning became less abstract. Electrical gear, wet floors, misleveled car, missing cart. And maybe Nestor. My phone buzzed in my hand. Dennis again. Need confirmation ASAP. Opposing counsel just asked about chain of custody. I wanted to throw the phone through the glass. Theo saw the message and said, "Mara, no job is worth dying in a basement over." "I know. Do you?" Lena silenced the panel, but the yellow trouble light remained. "We need to account for everyone in the building." I looked toward the elevators. Cleaning crew. "Nestor and Pam were on tonight," Lena said. "Pam left at 8:15. I saw her go." "Did Nestor?" "No." Theo's voice dropped. "So someone might actually be downstairs." Lena called him on the radio. "Nestor, this is Lena. Come back. Static. Nestor Alvarez, respond." The radio clicked once. Then we heard breathing. Not a lot, not theatrical. Just a rough inhale too close to the microphone, followed by a scrape like someone dragging the radio across concrete. Lena's face changed. "Nestor, where are you?" A burst of static. Then one word came through, muffled and strained. "Below." The lobby seemed to shrink around us. Theo said very quietly, "Below what?" Lena keyed the mic. "Nestor, do not move if you're injured. Tell me your location." "Nothing." "Nestor, are you on B2? Static." Then, faintly, "Cart." My mouth went dry. Lena lowered the radio just enough to look at me. There was no accusation in her eyes, which somehow made it worse. Theo rubbed both hands over his face. Okay, so this is no longer about boxes." "No," Lena said, "it is not." I called 911. The dispatcher asked for the emergency, and I gave it as clearly as I could. Possible elevator malfunction, possible person trapped or injured in basement service area. Water sensor active, power dip, unknown exact location. Saying it out loud steadied me. The operator told us not to enter hazardous areas, to keep the line open, that fire rescue would be dispatched. Fire rescue. Real people. Helmets, radios, tools, authority. Help was coming. But Nestor had said below. And Cart. If he was hurt near the elevator pit or old void, every minute mattered. Water, electrical risk, crush risk, a head injury. He might have followed the noise. He might have found the cart at B2, tried to move it, and fallen through an unmarked access panel. He might be pinned. He might be lying in water. Grounded explanations lined up, each one worse than the last. Lena went to the security monitor and brought up B2. The camera showed the service landing in grainy black and white. Concrete wall, records cage door, elevator doors closed, mop bucket near the stairwell, no cart. The timestamp read 20:44:13 and advanced normally. "Can you rewind?" Theo asked. Lena tapped through the system. The feed jumped back 5 minutes. 10. At 20:31, the B2 landing was empty. At 20:32, the elevator indicator above the basement doors flickered. At 20:33, the video glitched green. At 20:34, for 2 frames, something moved at the bottom edge of the image. Lena froze it. The picture was ugly and compressed, but we could make it out. One wheel of the cart rolling past the camera low and fast, not from the elevator doors, but from the left side of the frame. From the wall, Theo leaned close. "That wall is solid." "It's supposed to be," I said. Left side of the B2 landing had an old painted panel I'd always assumed was a service chase, beige like the rest of the wall, with a rusted screw head near the top and a warning sticker so faded you could only read authorized. I had walked past it for years. So had Malcolm. So had every inspector, cleaner, clerk, and attorney who used the record's cage. On the frozen image, the panel was open by maybe 18 inches, dark behind it. Lena whispered, "That wasn't open when I did rounds." Theo swallowed. Why would the cart come out of a wall? No one answered. The radio crackled again from Lena's belt. "Don't," Nestor's voice rasped. Then a loud metallic bang tore through the speaker, and a half-second later rose through the building itself from somewhere beneath our feet. The lobby floor trembled. The fire panel resumed beeping. On the monitor, the B2 camera shook once and went black. Lena's radio hissed with dead air. The elevator call button in the service corridor dinged. We turned as one. The service elevator doors had opened again, though none of us had called it. The car sat there under its bright scratched ceiling panel, empty, patient. On its rubber floor, where the wet wheel tracks had stopped before, there was now a muddy streak dragged backward toward the narrow black seam in the rear panel. And from inside the car came a sound I recognized only because I had spent too many years handling damaged files. Wet cardboard sliding over metal. Lena grabbed my arm before I could step forward. Theo said, "Mara." But I was looking past the open doors, past the smear, past the loose seam. Down the corridor, the stairwell door to B2 waited under its red exit sign. Behind us, the 911 operator's voice, tiny from my phone speaker, kept asking if we were still there. Lena tightened her grip on my sleeve. "We wait for fire," she said. Then Nestor's radio, somewhere below us, and not in Lena's hand, keyed open by itself. His voice came through so faintly, I had to lean toward the sound. "Please," he said, "the water's rising." And that was the complication. Not the missing boxes, not Dennis, not my job, not the elevator that shouldn't be moving. A man was below us, alive, injured, and close enough to talk. Fire rescue was on the way, but not here yet. And the only normal route down was the stairwell. The stairwell down to B2 smelled like old rain and hot dust. That was the first thing I noticed when Lena pushed open the beige fire door, and the three of us stepped out of the lobby's weak emergency light. Not fear, not courage, smell. The sour, mineral damp of concrete that had taken water too many times and never fully dried, mixed with the warm electrical odor of backup lights burning above the landings. Lena went first with the flashlight. I followed with my phone in one hand, still connected to 911. And Theo came behind me, carrying the little red emergency kit from the security desk, because none of us had thought to bring anything smarter than gauze, gloves, and a pair of blunt scissors. The stairs turned in tight rectangles. Lobby to B1, B1 to B2, painted cinder block walls, metal handrails cold enough to feel wet. Each landing had a number stenciled beside the door in black paint, the edges fuzzy from years of repainting around it. "Stay on the line," the 911 operator said from my phone speaker. "We are," I whispered. Theo muttered, "Why are you whispering?" "I don't know." Lena stopped on the B1 landing and shone her flashlight through the small wired glass window in the door. Beyond it, the B1 corridor was empty, lit by emergency fixtures every 30 feet. Payroll storage to the right. Old mailroom to the left. Normal, dusty, quiet. She tried the handle. Locked. Good, she said. Theo swallowed. Good because nobody's there. Good because it means we're not chasing every weird sound in the building. Then came the sound again. A scrape below us. Long, slow, metal over concrete. Lena turned the flashlight beam down the next flight, and for half a second, I imagined the cart dragging itself up the stairs, one bent wheel at a time. The thought arrived complete and stupid, and I hated myself for it. I hated the way fear made the mind theatrical when the body needed practical things: footing, air, hands. Theo heard it too. That's not the elevator. No, Lena said, keep moving. At the B2 landing, water had crept under the door. Not much. A glossy line along the threshold. Enough for the flashlight to catch it. Enough for my shoes to squeak when I shifted my weight. Lena crouched, touched 2 fingers to the floor, then smelled them. Not sewage, she said. Mechanical water, rusty. Theo made a face. You can tell. I worked hospital security for 12 years. I can tell. The 911 operator asked, Are you at the basement level now? Yes, I said. There's water under the B2 stairwell door. Do not enter standing water if there may be electrical hazards. I repeated it to the others, even though they had heard. Lena looked through the wired glass. The B2 service landing lay beyond the door. I knew its layout the way you know a room you've crossed without thinking for years. Straight ahead from the stairwell was a short concrete corridor, maybe 20 feet long. The records cage sat to the right behind chain link fencing, with file shelves and the big dehumidifier inside. The service elevator doors were at the far end, facing the stairwell. On the left wall, halfway between stairwell and elevator, was the old beige panel from the security footage. Only now the left side of the hallway was dark because the camera had gone out, and the emergency light near the panel was flickering. The panel was open, not 18 inches anymore, wide enough for a person. Behind it was black space. Lena tried the door handle and stopped. Water's shallow, 1/4 inch maybe. Don't touch the left wall. Don't touch the elevator doors. Theo leaned over her shoulder. Where's the cart? I don't see it. The scrape came again from behind the open panel. Then Nestor's voice, thin and broken through the radio in Lena's hand. Lena, she snapped the radio up. Nestor, we're at B2. Can you hear us? Static. Then don't use the elevator. Theo laughed once without humor. Lovely. Good, we agree. Nestor, I said, stepping closer to the stairwell door. It's Mara. Are you hurt? A pause. My leg caught. Where? Below the records, the old room. Water's up to my boots. Lena closed her eyes for a second, the way people do when they're filing away panic, so it doesn't spill out. Attempt 1 was simple. Reach him from the normal basement corridor without entering the old space. We opened the B2 stairwell door and went in. Cold water soaked the edge of my flats almost immediately. The hallway amplified every sound. The drip of water from somewhere overhead. The tick of cooling pipes. Theo's breathing. Lena's flashlight clicking against one of her rings. Behind us, the stairwell door thudded shut, and the latch caught with a final little metallic bite that made me glance back too fast. "We're not locked in," Lena said. "I know. You looked. I'm allowed to look." She didn't argue. We moved carefully, stairwell door behind us, records cage on our right, open wall panel on our left, elevator doors straight ahead. The elevator indicator above the basement doors was dead. The call button beside it glowed orange, just like upstairs. The open panel wasn't a secret passage in any romantic sense. It was a utility access, 4 feet wide and maybe 6 feet high, its hinges buried under layers of beige paint. The faded sticker did say authorized personnel only, and beneath that, in smaller letters revealed by the angle of Lena's flashlight, steam/drainage chase. Keep clear. Malcolm said sealed, Theo whispered. Malcolm says a lot of things, Lena said. Inside the panel, 3 concrete steps dropped into a narrow service chase running perpendicular to the hallway. Pipes lined the ceiling. Old brick showed where the newer basement wall had been built in front of an older one. The space sloped downward toward the back of the building, away from Pratt Street, under the records cage area. A broken wheel from the cart lay on the top step. That was the first real proof we had that the boxes hadn't vanished. The wheel was black rubber with a silver fork bent sideways. One wet strand of cardboard pulp clung to it. Theo crouched. It hit something hard. Or fell, I said. Lena raised her radio. Nestor, we found the service chase. We're at the opening. Can you see light? Static. Then a little. His voice came not from the radio this time, but faintly from below and to the right. Alive. Close. Lena got down on one knee and shone the flashlight into the chase. The beam reached maybe 30 feet before water haze and pipes swallowed it. At the bottom of the 3 steps, water covered the floor. Not deep there, maybe 2 inches. But beyond that, the corridor sloped down. Nestor, we're going to toss you the flashlight beam. Tell me when it hits you. No, the 911 operator said through my phone. Do not enter confined utility spaces with active water intrusion. We're not entering, I said. Lena angled the light. Nothing. She leaned farther. Too far. Her left shoe slipped on the wet top step, and she slammed one hand into the door frame. The flashlight beam jerked wildly down the chase. For one sharp second, it lit a face. White, open-mouthed, staring from the dark. Theo yelled and grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. Lena swore, recovered her balance, and forced the light back. The face was still there. Then the light steadied, and the face became a plastic-wrapped mannequin head sitting on a shelf beside a pipe, its painted eyes half rubbed away. Jesus, Theo breathed. Lena's jaw tightened. Old CPR dummy. I saw it then. A cracked training torso, a rolled stretcher, a stack of yellowed safety cones. Some forgotten emergency prep junk had been shoved into the chase years ago and left there to mildew. The mannequin's plastic face gleamed with condensation. Misdirection. Explainable. Still awful. Theo released my arm. Sorry, I flexed my fingers. It's okay. It looked like. I know what it looked like. Nestor groaned somewhere beyond the reach of the light, and the sound erased the mannequin from our minds. Lena unhooked the key ring from her belt and handed it to Theo. Records cage. Get at the long grabber pole. What long grabber pole? The one for pulling file boxes from the top shelves. Blue handle, go. Theo hesitated. Now, she said. He splashed across the shallow water to the cage door. His hands shook enough that the keys jingled like loose change in a dryer. He tried one key. Wrong. Tried another. Wrong. Blue square tag, Lena said without looking. I'm looking. The blue square tag, Theo. I'm aware of colors. Finally, the key turned. The cage opened with a rusty shriek. He disappeared inside between shelves of bankers' boxes and came back dragging a telescoping pole with a hook at the end. Lena took it, extended it, and lowered it into the chase. Nestor, if you can see this, grab it or knock it. We waited. Water ticked off a pipe. The elevator behind us hummed, not moving. Not yet, just humming. The pole trembled in Lena's hands. Then something tapped the hook. Once. There, Lena said. She braced her foot against the frame and pulled gently. A pained shout came from below. No, stop. She stopped instantly. Nestor, my leg, the cart's on it. Don't pull me. Attempt one failed. We had found him, or nearly found him, but could not move him without worsening his injury. Pulling blindly might break his leg further, or tear him open, or shift whatever was pinning him in a way that trapped him deeper. New fact, he was in the sloped chase or old void below the records area, pinned by the cart. Trapped tighter, he was close enough to hear, but not reachable without entering. The second attempt was to stop the water. That sounded sensible. Adult. The kind of problem I could solve. The sump, I said. If water's rising, the B2 mechanical sump is either overwhelmed or off. There's a shut-off panel in the mechanical closet. Theo looked at me. Where? Past the elevator, right side. Small gray door. He followed my gaze to the far end of the B2 corridor. To reach it, we had to pass the elevator doors. No, he said. We don't touch the elevator. That's comforting, except the elevator keeps touching the plot. Lena said, if the water reaches live electrical in that chase, Nestor's done. We checked the sump panel. Fast. The 911 operator told us again not to enter hazardous areas. I understood why. I also understood that she was not standing in ankle-deep water, listening to a man try not to scream. We moved in a line along the right wall, away from the open chase. Records cage on our right. Elevator doors ahead. The mechanical closet was just beyond the elevator alcove, set into the wall at a diagonal where the corridor widened. I had unlocked it maybe 20 times. It held mop buckets, valve charts, a floor drain, the sump pump controller, and a laminated map of shutoffs, so outdated half the labels had curled off. The elevator doors stayed closed as we passed. I did not look at the seam where the car's rear panel would be if it were open upstairs. I kept my eyes on the closet. Lena tried the key. Nothing. She tried another. Nothing. I took the ring with wet hands. Small brass one. There are 6 small brass ones. The one with the notch. My fingers fumbled. The 911 operator's voice buzzed from my phone, now pressed between my shoulder and ear. Theo stood with his back to the elevator, trying to watch both ends of the corridor at once. Behind him, the elevator indicator flickered. B2, then blank. Theo, Lena said. He froze. What? Step away from the doors. He did. The elevator chimed. All of us flinched. The doors opened 3 inches, then stopped. Not wide, just enough to show darkness inside where the car should have been lit. Theo whispered, "No car." Lena grabbed the back of his hoodie and pulled him away from the threshold. I turned the right key in the mechanical closet at the same moment, and the door stuck, swollen from damp. I yanked. It gave all at once. A smell rolled out so strong I gagged. Warm motor oil, wet dust, and something scorched. The sump controller panel on the wall flashed red. High water / pump fault, the floor drain beneath it bubbled. "The pumps failed," I said. "Can you reset it?" Lena asked. "I can try." Inside the panel were 3 switches and a breaker. The laminated instruction card read, "In case of alarm, reset pump A if fault continues. Engage pump B, call service." My hand hovered. Theo said, "Mara." "What?" "The elevator." I looked. The doors were still open 3 inches. No car visible, just shaft dark. From somewhere below came the wet cardboard sliding sound again, followed by Nestor coughing. I flipped reset pump A, the controller buzzed, tried to engage, and died with a pop that sparked blue behind the plastic cover. The corridor lights flickered. Theo cursed. The phone slipped from my shoulder and hit the wet floor. The 911 operator's voice became muffled under a thin sheet of water. I snatched it up. The screen smeared. Still connected. "I'm okay," I said, though nobody had asked. Lena looked into the closet. "Pump B, I don't know if the panel is safe." "You just touched it." "I know, and that may have been stupid." "Can we cut power to the basement?" Theo asked. "If we cut power, backup lighting might go, radios might get worse, and the elevator controls are already possessed by bureaucracy. May reset unpredictably," I finished. Nestor shouted below. Not words this time. Pain. Lena's face tightened. "Mara." So I used the rubber handle of the blunt scissors from the emergency kit to push engage pump B for 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Then, somewhere under the floor, a motor coughed to life. Water in the drain began to move. Slowly at first, then with a gritty sucking sound. The controller light stayed red, but a second amber light appeared beside it. Auxiliary active. Attempt 2 partly worked. We had not stopped the emergency, but we slowed it. New fact, the primary sump had failed, the backup pump could run, and water was likely entering faster than the system was designed to handle. Trap tighter. The electrical systems were unstable. The elevator shaft might be open at B2 with no car behind the doors, and the only way to reach Nestor still led through the chase. Then the stairwell door slammed. Hard. We all turned. The sound came from the far end of the corridor behind us, where we had entered. The B2 stairwell door, which should have been latched, shook once in its frame. Theo said, "Someone's there." Lena lifted the flashlight. Fire, no sirens, no footsteps from above, no voices. The stairwell door handle rattled once, twice, then stopped. My throat tightened. Lena moved toward it slowly, water rippling around her shoes. "Identify yourself." No answer. She raised the flashlight and reached for the handle. It rattled again, more violently, and Theo made a small, involuntary sound. Lena yanked the door open. A mop handle fell inward and clattered at her feet. For a second, we just stared. The explanation was stupidly ordinary. The mop bucket we had seen on the B2 camera had drifted in the shallow water, its handle wedging under the push bar on the stairwell side. The vibration from the pump or the building had made it knock against the door again and again. Theo bent forward, hands on knees. "I am going to become religious after tonight." Later, Lena said, but her voice was shaking now too. That moment should have relieved us. Instead, it stole time. Because while we were looking at the mop, the elevator moved. Not the car, the doors. The B2 elevator doors, still open 3 inches, shuttered wider. 6 inches. A foot. There was no elevator car there, just the hoistway. A vertical concrete shaft dropped below the threshold, black and wet, and breathing up cold air. About 4 feet down, the top of the service car was visible, stopped below the landing instead of level with it. The car roof was slick with water and dust. Cables and conduit ran along the shaft wall. A maintenance ladder bolted to the side disappeared downward past the car. Theo backed into the records cage fence. "That is very bad," Lena said. "Nobody goes near it." But my eyes had already found something on the roof of the elevator car. A corner of wet cardboard. One of the Ramirez boxes had split open on top of the car, its contents pasted against the metal roof. Papers fluttered faintly in the draft rising from below. The cart must have fallen, or been dragged, or been caught between the car and some side opening. However it happened, the documents had not gone to B2. They had gone into the shaft system. Below us, Nestor groaned again. Lena keyed her radio. "Nestor, listen to me. Is the cart on your leg or near your leg? Static." "On," he rasped. "Wheel frame." Boxes fell. "Can you feel your foot?" A pause. "Some. That was bad." I knew enough first aid to know that was bad. Theo looked back toward the stairwell. "We should go up, meet fire. Bring them here now." As if answering him, the stairwell lights went out. The corridor plunged into Lena's flashlight beam, the red exit sign, and the sickly orange elevator call button. My phone screen glowed weakly in my wet hand. Then the stairwell door clicked. Lena tried it. The handle moved, but the door didn't open. She tried harder. Nothing. "The mop?" Theo asked. Lena shone the light down. No mop handle in the way now. It lay in the corridor at her feet. She shoved the door with her shoulder. The metal door held. "Pressure difference," Theo said, "too fast." "No," Lena said. She aimed the beam at the latch. The strike plate had shifted. Or rather, the door frame had. A hairline crack ran down the cinder block beside it, fresh dust pale against old paint. The bang from below must have jarred the frame just enough to bind the fire door shut. Point of no return arrived without ceremony. No villain stepped out. No terrible truth announced itself. Just a basement door that no longer opened. Behind us, the elevator shaft stood exposed. To our left, the old service chase sloped down toward Nestor and rising water. Ahead, the mechanical closet buzzed under auxiliary power. Above us, help was coming, but not yet inside the building. Our only normal way back to the lobby had jammed shut. Theo whispered, "Mara." My foot throbbed where cold water had soaked through my shoe. My shoulder ached from where he had grabbed me earlier. Lena's hand was bleeding at the palm from catching herself on the access frame, a thin black line in the flashlight glow. Theo's face had gone waxy and damp. His jokes burned away. The radio crackled. Nestor's voice came through, weaker now. "I can hear you," he said. "Don't leave me." Lena looked at me, then at the open chase. And there it was, the trap, finally visible on the map. Stairwell behind us blocked, elevator unsafe and misleveled, mechanical systems failing, Nestor below and pinned. Water still moving somewhere under the floor, not fast enough out, too fast in. The only way left was deeper. The first rule was not to look down the shaft. That was the rule I made for myself as we stood on B2 with our exit jammed, shut behind us. The elevator doors open ahead of us, and the old utility chase gaping to our left like a service wound cut into the wall. Do not look down. Look at the edge of the landing. Look at the wet concrete. Look at Lena's flashlight beam. Look at Theo's hands shaking around the blue-handled grabber pole. Look anywhere except into the vertical drop where the service elevator sat 4 feet too low, and the top of its car gleamed with water, cardboard pulp, and loose pages from the Ramirez boxes. Then Nestor screamed. Not loud. That was worse. It was too thin to be loud now. "Okay," Lena said, and the word came out flat, stripped of everything but purpose. "We can't wait here." The 911 operator's voice crackled from my phone. "Fire units are responding. Stay away from the elevator shaft. Do not enter confined spaces if water is rising." Theo stared at the jammed stairwell door. "They can't get to us if this won't open." "They'll force it," Lena said. "When?" No one answered. The auxiliary sump pump hummed from the mechanical closet, dragging water out with a tired, gritty slurp. But somewhere below, water was still entering. You could hear it now that the building's air system was dead. Not a gush. A steady running sound, like a faucet left open behind a wall. Lena lifted her radio. "Nestor, we're coming closer. Keep talking if you can." Static, then his voice. "Can't move, we know. Cart's slipping." That changed the air. Theo looked at me. Slipping where, I already knew. The chase sloped away from us. If the cart had pinned his leg at the lower end, any shift could drag him deeper into the old drainage room or crush him against whatever pipe or curb had stopped it. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like copper and wet dust. "We need to get eyes on him," I said. Theo shook his head before I finished. No, absolutely not. The chase is the only route. The chase is full of water and pipes and apparently abandoned CPR ghosts." Lena said, "We go 3 steps in. No farther unless we can see stable footing." "That is not a plan," Theo said. "That is how a second rescue becomes necessary." He was right. He was also wrong, because Nestor made a sound then that I couldn't stand. A breath bitten in half. I took the emergency kit from him and snapped on the thin vinyl gloves. One tore at the wrist because my hands were wet. "Mara," Theo said, "I'm not going alone." "No, you're not going at all." I looked at him, and he must have seen something on my face because his anger folded into fear. "I don't like elevators," I said. It came out absurd, childish. Too late, Theo blinked. "What?" "I hate them. Getting stuck. Small spaces, all of it." I pointed at the open shaft, then at the chase. "And I am very aware this is not the moment to confess that. But I need you to understand I'm not doing this because I think I'm invincible. I'm doing it because I know this building better than either of you." Lena's flashlight dipped. Theo said, softer, knowing the building didn't stop the building from being insane. "No," I said, "but I know where the pipes run. I know where the record's cage ends. I know the chase slopes toward the alley wall. If Nestor is below the records, there may be a drain trench. If we can shift the cart just enough to free his leg, we can drag him back uphill." "Drag him how?" I turned to Lena. "Your keys, the grabber pole, the old stretcher in the chase." "The rolled one," Theo said. "That thing looked older than me. It doesn't need to be comfortable. It needs to slide." Lena nodded once. "We use it like a sled." Theo laughed, short and panicked. "Wonderful." Basement tobogganing. The elevator beside us groaned. All three of us froze. A relay clicked somewhere inside the shaft. The car roof below us shuddered, moving maybe an inch. Loose pages pasted to the top trembled in the draft. Then nothing. Lena aimed the flashlight down into the open shaft despite my rule, and I looked before I could stop myself. 4 feet down to the car roof. Then black along the gap between car and wall. The maintenance ladder bolted to the shaft, disappeared downward past the car. The wet cardboard corner on the roof had peeled open, exposing file folders darkened by water. I saw the rear seam inside the car too, from above now. Not just a loose interior panel, but a maintenance access panel that had popped inward. Behind it, a side opening in the shaft wall sat partly visible, a rectangular service hatch where the car had stopped below B2. That was the connection. The cart hadn't vanished. It had gone down with the car, struck the misaligned rear access panel, and been shoved or spilled through the side service hatch into the old chase when the elevator dropped below its proper stop. A failure of doors, leveling, and old hidden infrastructure. Stupid, mechanical, deadly. The car lined up with the chase below B2, I said. Theo followed my gaze and went pale. So the elevator made a bridge. A bad one, Lena said. And now it's open shaft plus water, I said. If it moves again while we're near it, we won't be near it, Lena said. Chase only. Nestor's radio crackled again. Please, that settled it. We moved. Lena went first into the utility chase, flashlight in her left hand, right palm wrapped in gauze from the emergency kit. She tested each step before putting weight on it. I followed with the phone tucked into my blouse pocket, speaker outward. The 911 operator still talking in clipped instructions we could only partly obey. Theo came last, carrying the grabber pole and the old rolled stretcher he had hooked from the shelf. 3 concrete steps down, water over ankles, cold enough to bite. The chase ran under the record's cage, low-ceilinged and narrow, maybe 6 feet across with pipes overhead and along the left wall. Brick on one side, cinder block on the other. The flashlight caught valve tags, flaking paint, mineral deposits like white scabs around pipe joints. The floor sloped down away from the B2 hallway. Every foot mattered. Behind us, the open panel and B2 corridor. Ahead, dark water Nestor. To the right, somewhere beyond the wall, the elevator shaft. Above us, the record's cage floor. Below us, the old void Malcolm had called sealed. It was not sealed. We found the CPR dummy torso floating face down after 12 feet. Theo kicked it by accident and jerked so hard he smacked his shoulder into a pipe. Plastic, Lena said immediately. I know, he snapped, then swallowed. Sorry. I know. Kept going. The ceiling lowered near a cluster of pipes, and I had to crouch. My back scraped something sharp. My breath started doing the thing I hated, getting shallow, catching high in my chest. The walls felt close. The sound of the pump behind us faded, replaced by water moving ahead. Talk, Lena said. What? To yourself if you have to. Stay here with us. So I talked. Steam line left. Drain line below. Old brick means pre-renovation. Records cage should be above us for another 10 feet. Then alley side foundation. Theo said, I regret asking you no questions about your job until tonight. I almost laughed. Then Lena stopped. Her light had found the cart. It lay tilted at the bottom of the slope, half in a shallow trench where water ran along the floor toward a rusted drain grate. 2 wheels were missing. One remaining wheel spun lazily in the current. 3 wet records boxes had burst open around it, files spread like drowned birds. Nestor was behind the cart. His right leg was pinned under the lower frame, just above the ankle. He sat in water up to his shins, back against a brick pier, face gray in the flashlight beam. His orange earbuds were still around his neck. One hand held a cheap radio slick with water. The other pressed against his thigh, as if he could hold the pain in place. Nestor Alvarez, 39, male, looked smaller than he should have. Pain does that to people. It folds them. Hey, Lena said gently. We see you. He tried to smile. Ailed. Told you below, you did good. Didn't feel good. Theo lowered the stretcher. We're getting you out. Nestor looked at the cart. It moves, it hurts. I know, Lena said. We're going to lift, not pull. That was brave of her to say, because the cart was wedged under a pipe bracket and packed with wet boxes. We had a bent frame, water, bad footing, and no proper lever. I studied the scene because panic was less useful than geometry. The cart's front end had dropped into the trench. The rear frame pinned Nestor's lower leg. A broken wheel assembly lay near his boot. The blue grabber pole would snap if we used it as a pry bar. The old stretcher had 2 aluminum side rails. The records cage shelving above us rested on metal posts bolted through the floor, and one of those posts came down through the chase as a support column near the cart. The stretcher rail, I said. Use it as a lever against that support. Theo looked at the ancient stretcher. Can we take it apart? Lena was already cutting old straps with the blunt scissors. We can try. The first attempt to lift the cart failed. Theo and I wedged one aluminum stretcher rail under the bent frame, while Lena braced Nestor's knee to keep his leg from twisting. On 3, Theo pushed down, I lifted, and the rail slid off the wet metal with a shriek. The cart dropped half an inch. Nestor screamed. I slipped backward and landed hard in the water, my hip striking concrete. Pain flashed white down my side. Mara. Theo grabbed my arm. I'm fine. I was. My hip throbbed and my left wrist had bent wrong under me. But Nestor was making a wet, choking sound, trying not to sob, and there was no room for my pain to be interesting. Lena's face was tight. Again, but slower. We need a wedge. The broken wheel, I said. Theo grabbed it, hands fumbling. The flashlight flickered. "Don't," Theo whispered to it, as if it might listen. Lena slapped the side of the flashlight. The beam steadied but dimmed. Second attempt. Rail under frame. Broken wheel assembly ready as wedge. Theo pushed down. I lifted from the side, using both hands though my wrist protested sharply. Lena guided Nestor's boot, not pulling, just waiting for space. The frame rose. An inch. "Now," Lena said. Theo shoved the broken wheel under the cart frame. It held. Nestor gasped. "I can move, I can. Slow," Lena said. "Slow." He tried to slide his leg free. Couldn't. His pant leg had snagged on a jagged strip of metal from the cart frame. "I need scissors," Lena said. I handed them over. Then the elevator moved again. Not in the shaft beside us exactly. It was a vibration through the right wall, a deep mechanical tremor that ran through the water and up my knees. The pipes overhead rattled. Dust fell from the brick pier. A loose file folder drifted away from the cart. Theo looked back toward the way we came. Is it coming up or down? No one knew. The radio on Nestor's chest crackled. Not his voice. Another voice now, distant and muffled by concrete. "Fire department. Anyone on basement level, they were here." For one wild second, relief hit so hard I nearly sat down. Lena grabbed her radio. B2 service area. Stairwell door jammed. One injured below the utility chase. Static swallowed half her words. The vibration increased. From behind us, where the chase led back up to B2, came the harsh scrape of metal moving. Theo turned the flashlight from Lena's hand, just enough to throw light back up the tunnel. Water rippled toward us. Something was sliding down the slope. One of the Ramirez boxes, then another. The elevator car must have shifted, spilling more debris through the side hatch. Wet files and cardboard began sliding into the chase, slow at first, then faster as the water carried them. Not deadly by themselves, but they clogged the narrow trench near the cart, piling against the drain grate. The water level rose visibly, an inch in less than a minute. "Drains blocking," I said. Lena cut Nestor's pant leg free. "Theo, clear it." "How?" "Hands." He stared at the water full of paper, rust, and whatever else lived in old basements. Then he dropped to his knees and started clawing soaked documents away from the grate. Legal exhibits. Chain of custody. Dennis's precious paper. He shoved them aside in pulpy handfuls, gagging once. A gap opened. Water began to pull through again. Then a file folder slapped against the grate and blocked it. Theo tore it away. "I hate law." Nestor's leg came free, not cleanly. He made a sound I still hear sometimes, not quite a scream, more like air being forced out of a damaged instrument. His ankle was swollen, his sock dark with blood where the metal had cut him. His foot angled wrong enough that I looked away. Lena didn't. "Don't stand. We slide you." We unfolded what remained of the stretcher. It was mold-stained canvas between two aluminum rails, but it held when Theo and I pulled it flat. We rolled Nestor onto it as gently as we could. He nearly passed out anyway. His head sagged back against the canvas, lips pale. "Stay with me," Lena said. "Talk to me." "My wife's gonna kill me," he whispered. "Not if I do it first." He gave a breath that might have been a laugh. Then the flashlight died. Total black. For 1 second, nobody moved. The dark pressed against my eyes. My breath vanished. The chase narrowed around me until I was 13 again, listening to my father on the phone from inside a stuck elevator, hearing him pretend he wasn't afraid. Theo said, "Mara," I couldn't answer. The phone in my pocket glowed faintly. Not much, enough. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. The screen was cracked from where it had hit the floor earlier, but the flashlight icon still worked. I tapped it. A weak white beam opened. Small, miserable, beautiful. "Move," I said. The route back uphill had changed. Wet files covered the floor. Water pushed against our ankles. The chase seemed longer going out, with Nestor's weight dragging between us. Lena took the front of the stretcher, stepping backward uphill. Theo and I took the rear rails, pushing and lifting when the canvas caught on concrete. 3 feet. Stop. Breathe. 3 more. Nestor groaned with every jolt. Lena apologized every time, even when there was no gentler way. Behind us, the drain clogged again. Water chased our heels. At the low pipe cluster, the stretcher jammed. "Angle it," I said. "I am angling," Theo snapped. "You're hitting the pipe." "I know I'm hitting the pipe." Lena said, "Both of you shut up and lift on 3. We lifted. The stretcher cleared the pipe. My wrist gave a sharp, sickening pulse. I almost dropped my rail. Theo saw it and shifted closer, taking more of the weight without comment. That was his bravery, not a speech, just quietly carrying more than his share. At the final 3 concrete steps up to B2, we heard pounding from the other side of the jammed stairwell door. "Fire department," a voice shouted, clearer now. "Move back from the door." "We're not at the door," Lena shouted. We hauled Nestor through the open wall panel and onto the B2 corridor. The water there was higher now, nearly to mid-shin near the elevator. The B2 elevator doors still stood open onto the shaft. The top of the car had risen or fallen again. I couldn't tell. The gap looked deeper. "Do not go near the shaft," Lena shouted toward the stairwell, half from habit, half because the firefighters couldn't see the hazard yet. Nestor lay on the stretcher, shaking. His breathing was fast, too fast. The stairwell door boomed as something heavy struck it from the other side. Once, twice. The cracked frame shed dust. Theo and I dragged Nestor toward the records cage, away from the elevator. Lena moved to the stairwell door to guide the rescuers, radio in one hand, my phone light in the other, because her flashlight was dead. Then the elevator car lurched. The sound was enormous in the confined hallway. A metallic drop, a brake catching. The open shaft yawned black. The landing doors began to shudder wider, as if the mechanism had lost the last of its restraint. Theo was closest. 1 foot slipped in the water. He windmilled, caught the edge of the records cage fence, and the wet floor took his other foot out from under him. He fell sideways toward the elevator threshold. I grabbed his backpack strap. For half a second, that was all there was. My hand, his weight, the shaft. His shoulder hit the concrete edge. His legs slid toward the open drop. He made no sound except one hard breath. I pulled. My wrist screamed. The strap began to tear. Lena lunged and caught the back of his hoodie with her bandaged, bleeding hand. Together, we dragged him away from the threshold. He came over the wet floor on his hip, shaking so hard his teeth clicked. No one spoke. The stairwell door crashed inward. 2 firefighters forced through the gap in helmets and turnout gear, their lights cutting across us, across Nestor, across the open shaft. "Back from the elevator," one shouted. "We are," Lena shouted back, furious and relieved. After that, the scene broke into pieces. Hands taking Nestor, a firefighter kneeling by his leg, cutting away more fabric. Another one wedging the stairwell door open with a tool so it couldn't bind again. A radio call for technical rescue and utility shutoff. Someone pulling Theo to his feet and asking if he hit his head. Someone asking me the same thing, and me saying no while my hip throbbed and my wrist hung useless against my stomach. The auxiliary pump kept humming. The water kept moving, but slower now. Nestor was alive. That was the victory. Not clean, not complete, but real. They carried him up the stairs on a proper rescue board, his face half hidden behind an oxygen mask. As they passed, his hand moved weakly. Lena took it for 1 second. "You're all right," she told him. He looked at her like he didn't believe it, but wanted to. Theo sat on the bottom stair with a firefighter checking his pupils. His hoodie was torn at the back where Lena had grabbed it. My fingers still held a strip of his backpack strap, ripped loose in my fist. In the B2 corridor, one firefighter aimed a light into the open elevator shaft and went very still. "What the hell?" he said under his breath. Nobody answered him, because there was nothing supernatural down there. Nothing impossible. Just a failed elevator, an old forgotten service opening, bad drainage, bad records, bad luck, and years of ignored maintenance stacked neatly, until one wet night knocked them all loose at once. That should have comforted me. It didn't. As we climbed out, I looked back once. The B2 wall panel hung open. The utility chase breathed cold air into the corridor. Wet legal papers floated around the threshold. The orange elevator button still glowed above the rising water. And somewhere below the shaft, beneath the stopped car and the broken cart and the old drainage void, something metal knocked 3 times. Not a ghost, a loose pipe probably, a shifting bracket, the building settling after everything we had done to it, probably. But Lena heard it too. Theo did as well. None of us said anything until we reached the lobby. By the time they brought us out through the lobby, the building looked almost normal from the street. That was the part I couldn't stop staring at. The glass doors still reflected the harbor lights and passing traffic on Pratt Street. The brass directory still listed Larkin and Bell on floors 3 through 7. Someone had left a delivery flyer wedged between the outer doors, advertising sushi lunch specials in bright red ink, like the world had not just narrowed to a flooded basement, a misleveled elevator, and Nestor Alvarez trying not to scream through his teeth, while 3 people dragged him through old drainage water. Outside, a fire engine blocked one lane. Red light washed over the wet pavement, over the curb, over the faces of people who had stopped to watch from under umbrellas and office awnings. Baltimore kept moving around us. Cars honked. A cyclist swore at the traffic. Somewhere down the block, a group of men came out of a bar laughing, then lowered their voices when they saw the ambulance. Nestor went first. They They had him strapped to a stretcher, an oxygen mask fogging around his mouth, one pant leg cut open from knee to ankle. His right foot had been immobilized, but even with the splint and blankets, I could see the wrongness in the shape of his lower leg. He kept asking for his phone, not loudly, not panicked, just the same question every minute or so, as if the pain had narrowed him to one task. "My phone," he said as they rolled him past the security desk. "My wife." Lena walked beside him until one of the EMTs told her to give them room. She ignored that for 3 steps, then stopped herself. Her bandaged hand hung at her side, gauze already spotted through where the cut had reopened. "I'll call her," Lena said. "I've got her number from your file. I'll call her right now." Nestor's eyes moved toward her. His pupils looked too large under the lobby lights. "Don't scare her," he said. Lena gave him a tired, crooked smile. "I'll lie professionally." That got the smallest sound out of him, not quite a laugh, and then the ambulance doors swallowed him. Theo sat on the curb with a foil blanket around his shoulders, refusing to admit he was cold. His hoodie had torn down the back where Lena had grabbed him, and the exposed shirt underneath was smeared with black shaft grease. A paramedic shone a penlight in his eyes and asked him to follow her finger. "I'm fine," Theo said. "You fell," she said. "I slipped." "You nearly fell into an open elevator shaft." "That's not better." "No," she said. "It is." Theo looked at me over her shoulder. His face was washed pale by the engine lights, his jaw tight enough to make a muscle jump near his ear. He tried to raise his eyebrows in the old joking way, but it didn't work. His eyes slid to the lobby doors, then to the sidewalk, then back to me. "You okay?" he asked. I held up my left wrist, which had swollen into a stiff, ugly shape. Elegantly ruined. Very on brand. "Thanks." The paramedic told him to stop talking for 10 seconds, and for once, Theo listened. Lena stood near the security desk with a fire captain, giving a statement in a voice that had gone flat from repetition. She pointed once toward the service corridor, once toward the stairwell, once toward the monitor where the B2 feed had gone black and stayed black. Her keys sat in a clear plastic evidence bag on the desk because someone needed to photograph them and log who had access to what. She looked furious about the bag, as if the keys had betrayed her personally. A second EMT examined my wrist and hip while I kept trying to watch everything else. "Can you move your fingers? A little. Does this hurt?" "Yes." "This?" "Also yes." "This?" I made a sound I didn't like. "Could be a sprain, could be a fracture," she said. "You need X-rays." "I need to give a statement." "You need X-rays. There are legal documents downstairs." She looked at me for the first time like she understood something about the kind of idiot I was. "Ma'am," she said, not unkindly, "there is a man on his way to shock trauma, an elevator company en route, the fire department in your basement, and about 6 people with clipboards who will argue over those documents. Your wrist can be the one thing you don't manage tonight." I almost argued. Then Theo, still on the curb, said, "Mara, X-rays." Lena, without turning, said, "Listen to the child." "I'm 26, Theo muttered. "Then act wiser." So I let the EMT wrap my wrist. That was the first ordinary thing after everything. White elastic bandage, 2 metal clips, the smell of antiseptic wipe. It felt embarrassingly small, a hurt wrist, a bruised hip, one torn glove still stuck in my pocket, water drying cold around the seams of my pants. Dennis Larkin arrived at 9:37 p.m. in a wool overcoat and polished shoes that were not meant for emergency scenes. He came through the front doors with his phone already in his hand, eyes sweeping the lobby. He looked at the fire personnel, the wet footprints, the yellow caution tape now stretched across the service corridor, and then at me. "Mara," he said, "what happened?" It should have been a complicated question. It was. "The service elevator malfunctioned," I said. The cart with the Ramirez exhibits was drawn into an old shaft connection below B2. Nestor Alvarez from the cleaning crew followed or encountered it and was trapped in a flooded utility chase. Fire rescue extracted him. He's alive. The basement is unsafe and under fire department control. His mouth tightened at the word exhibits. To his credit, he caught himself before asking about them first. "How badly is Mr. Alvarez hurt?" "Badly enough for an ambulance." Dennis looked toward the doors, where the ambulance lights were fading west. For a moment, he seemed older than 61. Smaller, too, without the conference room table and the framed degrees behind him. And the documents. There are some on top of the elevator car, some in the chase. Some are probably destroyed or contaminated. Fire won't let anyone retrieve anything until the elevator is secured. Theo's voice came from the curb. Because paper is famously less important than legs. Dennis glanced at him. There was a flicker of irritation, then something like shame. "Of course," he said. "I didn't mean—" "Yes, you did," Lena said. The lobby went very quiet. Lena stood with her bandaged hand tucked under her elbow, her security sweater damp at the cuffs, her face tired and direct. She wasn't yelling. She didn't need to. Dennis opened his mouth, then shut it. That was the second ordinary thing. A powerful man deciding, with visible effort, to not defend himself. "I'll contact outside counsel," he said finally. "We'll disclose the incident. Chain of custody will be documented through the fire department and insurance. Mara, send me everything you have when you can." "No," Lena said. Dennis looked at her again. Lena pointed at me. "She's going to the hospital." I waited for him to argue. I even prepared myself for it, the way you prepare for a door to swing into you. But Dennis only nodded. "Yes, of course." I hated that relief made my eyes sting. Malcolm arrived 20 minutes later, out of breath and angry in a jacket zipped over a polo shirt, as if he had dressed in the car. He tried to walk straight toward the service corridor and got stopped by a firefighter who looked half his age and twice as immovable. "I'm the building manager," Malcolm said. "Then you can stand right there," the firefighter said. That was when the legal aftermath began, though not in the dramatic way people imagine. No one shouted about lawsuits in the lobby. No one made sweeping accusations. It was quieter than that. Names written down, timelines requested, photos taken, the elevator taken out of service with a lockout tag bright red against the call panel. The fire captain asking who had maps of the basement. Malcolm saying he did. Malcolm discovering, in front of all of us, that the map he had emailed from his phone did not show the utility chase connection to the shaft. The captain held the tablet up. "This opening isn't on your plan." Malcolm rubbed his forehead. It must be from the pre-renovation drawings. Do you have those? They'd be archived. Where? Malcolm looked toward the taped-off service corridor. No one laughed. Later, I learned the facts in pieces, the way you learn about accidents after the scene is cleaned, but before the memory is. Harbor Vertical found a failed selector tape assembly and a damaged door interlock circuit on the service elevator. Those words sounded clean and technical, but what they meant was ugly. The car had been receiving bad position information, and the landing doors at B2 should never have been able to open when the car wasn't level. The rear interior panel had been improperly fastened after some old modernization work, probably years before any of us worked there. When the cart rolled in and the car dropped past B2, the cart slammed backward, burst through that loose panel, and jammed against an old side service hatch that had never been permanently sealed. The hatch had once connected the elevator shaft to a drainage chase used during renovations in the 1980s. It was supposed to be welded shut. It was not. Someone had screwed it closed, painted over it, and let time do the rest. The water came from the 7th floor leak. It ran down a pipe chase into the old drainage line, then overwhelmed the B2 sump when the primary pump failed. The auxiliary pump saved Nestor's life. So did Theo clearing the drain. So did Lena cutting his pant leg free before the cart shifted again. So did a dozen small things that could have gone the other way. Nestor had a fractured tibia, a crushed ankle, deep lacerations, and mild hypothermia. He needed surgery. Then another surgery. Lena called his wife from the lobby, then drove to the hospital after giving her statement because she said someone should be there who knew what happened and wasn't wearing a tie. Theo had a bruised shoulder, a mild concussion, and rope burns across his chest from his backpack strap when I grabbed him. He kept the torn strap. I saw it later on his desk, coiled beside his monitor like a dead snake. My wrist was fractured. Small fracture, the doctor said, as if bones cared about being modest. My hip turned purple over the next 3 days in a shape roughly like Maryland. I had to type one-handed for a while, which made every email feel like punishment. For a week, Larkin and Bell operated out of 3 floors and pretended the yellow tape at the service corridor was temporary. Clients came and went. Paralegals whispered near the coffee machine. Facilities vendors arrived with meters and clipboards and hard hats. The passenger elevators stayed open after inspection, but almost nobody took them alone. I took the stairs. At first, I told people it was because of the cast. Exercise. Easier than waiting. Practical. Theo took the stairs too, even after the doctor cleared him. He said it was because elevators in America were too chatty. Lena told him that was a bad lie, and he agreed. Dennis stopped texting after hours, unless something was actually on fire. I don't know whether that was growth or advice from counsel. Malcolm resigned before anyone could decide whether to fire him. His email was short and polished and said nothing about Nestor, the hatch, the missing drawings, or the way a building can hide a danger so ordinary that everyone walks past it for years. The Ramirez exhibits were partly recovered. Firefighters and elevator technicians retrieved the boxes once the car was secured and the pit pumped out. Some documents were soaked beyond use. Some were photographed, dried, logged, and turned over with a chain of custody statement that ran longer than the original exhibit list. The court did not sanction us. Opposing counsel tried. Dennis handled that. For once, I let him. 2 weeks after the incident, I went back to B2, not alone. That would sound braver than it was, and I wasn't brave in that particular way anymore. Theo came with me, carrying a work light. Lena came too, though her shift didn't start for another hour. She said she wanted to make sure nobody had fixed stupid with fresh paint, which was exactly what I was afraid of. The service elevator was still locked out. The doors had been chained and tagged. A new metal plate covered the old wall panel in the B2 corridor, bolted at all 4 corners, with a bright printed warning sign where the faded sticker used to be. The records cage smelled like fans, damp cardboard, and disinfectant. The dehumidifier had been replaced by a larger unit that growled steadily, pulling water from the air into a clear hose taped to the drain. Everything looked safer. That was not the same as safe. Theo set the work light on the floor, and its white glare flattened the hallway. No shadows, no mystery, just cinder block, chain link, concrete pipes, labels, caution tape residue. Lena stood with her arms folded. Well, I looked at the new plate. It's covered. That's not what I asked. I knew. I stepped closer to the elevator doors. Not too close, just enough to see my warped reflection in the brushed steel. My face looked tired, older by more than 2 weeks. Behind me, Theo shifted from one foot to the other, and Lena watched the corridor the way she always did, noticing everything and pretending it cost her nothing. I keep thinking about the first blink, I said. The button, Theo asked. Yeah, what about it? Whether it was the first thing wrong or just the first thing we noticed. No one answered. That was the question the reports couldn't fix. Not because it was supernatural, because it was worse than that. Mechanical failure has beginnings, but neglect has layers. A bad circuit, a loose panel, an unsealed hatch, a failed pump, missing drawings, a manager who didn't know his own building, a lawyer who needed boxes moved tonight, me, wanting to be competent more than cautious. The elevator hadn't gone down too far all at once. It had been going down too far for years. We had just been there when it finally arrived. Lena's radio clicked softly from her belt, and all 3 of us startled. A voice from the lobby said, Ortiz, front desk, delivery for 5. Lena closed her eyes and exhaled through her nose. Copy. Theo gave a weak laugh. Ordinary reality returns. Rude of it, I said. We started back toward the stairs. As Lena pushed open the B2 stairwell door, something knocked behind us. 3 small metal taps. Not loud, not dramatic. Just pipe against bracket, maybe. A tool settling somewhere behind the new plate. The dehumidifier cycling in its housing. Any of a dozen things in an old building that make noise because metal expands, water moves, and air finds gaps. Theo stopped. Lena stopped. I stopped too, my hand on the stair rail. None of us turned around right away. Then Lena said, Nope. Theo nodded. Agreed. I looked back once despite myself. The elevator door stayed shut. The call button was dark. The new warning plate on the wall did not move. work light threw everything into plain, boring visibility. Nothing was there. Nothing happened. That should have been enough. We went upstairs anyway, slower than before, each of us listening to the building settle around us. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.